Okay, the YouTube stream is up. I had to start it with TikTok Studio closed because they still fight for the virtual camera for some reason. But
Yeah, that's
TikTok will
fine.
be live in a moment.
Okay.
TikTok Studio does a lot of weird things. It's like a real resource hog. It tries to take control of your different computer hardware so that nobody else can touch it. It does not play nice. Okay. Anyways, TikTok's open. We should be live in just a moment. And we're live on TikTok. So I believe should be ready to rock and roll. Let me join up on my phone before I forget. And welcome in, everybody. Ian should be joining us soon. Ian is running fashionably late, which is all right.
Par for the course, if you will.
Indeed. All right, let's see. Where's the live stream? Is it going to show it on my phone? Is it showing it on your phone? I'm logged into the wrong account.
Yeah, and I'm actually trying to join.
Denied. Access denied.
Rude. All right, here we are. How's my audio? Is it loud enough?
It could go a pinch.
Okay. Well, I guess I can just put it closer to my face. How about that?
There you go. I can always turn up on my end as well. Okay, now I think we've got everything ready to go. And let's see.
Ian's probably mixing up their acai bowl. That's so true.
What's happening.
That's so on brand.
That's absolutely what's happening. All right, let's get our first guest. Welcome in, friends. Thank you for being here today. Should be another fun Sunday morning. Ian will be joining us momentarily. So let's get Dury into the conversation. Oh, they dropped. That's not going to happen. Well,
bummer.
Guess we'll get the next.
Blitz
next
needs
in line.
to be louder. Are you able to turn up my mic? Because I can't really shout.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
How's that? I cranked up a little bit, guys. Let me know if Blitz is still too quiet. All right, Blitz should be a little bit louder. Let me know though, guys. Chat if Blitz needs turned up, definitely just say so, and I'll make sure he gets turned up. That being said, let me grab our first guest from TikTok. Not a sketch name at all.
I think I've spoken to Toe Muncher.
I feel like that may be the case. Toe Muncher, I don't know if you're like nose breathing or mouth breathing into your phone microphone on purpose, but it's crazy loud. We're gonna need you to not do that. Are you capable? Muncher?
It doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I think Muncher's I don't know if he's even up here on purpose.
No, I don't think so.
And they're gone.
In fact, I kicked him. I think that he came up to mine and did the same thing.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. What in the world is happening right now with this screen grab? What is this grabbing? I think this is grabbing the wrong screen. That's why. Yeah, it is. Oops. So Toe Muncher wasn't here to discuss. Give me 1 second to fix our TikTok.
He was just here to munch toes.
Indeed, that's all he wanted. He just wanted. And can you blame him? I mean, if you're really into toes, I mean, what are you gonna do? You got to find them anywhere you can.
Yeah, I mean, look. Sometimes you just gotta chew on them toes.
I'll never understand people that are into feet. So nasty.
Look, we don't kink shame here.
I know. It's just not for me. It's not for me. All right, let's get RS in here.
RS, how's it going?
Hey guys, you alright?
Yeah, we're doing okay.
RS, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I do, yeah, and I am over 18, that's correct.
Awesome.
Good. Last time, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Which God do you believe in?
God of the Bible.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
Correct.
Okay. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Bible God existing?
Sure. So last time I tried to go down the consciousness is not physical route, and then I didn't really articulate it very well, and I didn't really have anything prepared. And at the moment, I'm not really in a much better position, but I have at least something to present, which is maybe
Sure.
better than just this is what I think. So
Yeah, fire away.
the claim is that consciousness is, it has a first person or subjective property, whereas the physical world around us is objective, measurable, observable. And so there's an explanatory gap if you want to explain consciousness using only physical processes.
Isn't that kind of begging the question? Like, you're kind of assuming that, like, physical stuff can't be first-person subjective.
I don't think so, because I can't imagine. I'm doing again the thing that I'm not supposed to do. It's just in its very definition. Self-awareness isn't. It's from the perspective of the being. It's not from someone else's perspective.
Yeah, what's stopping physical things from being that?
It's a good question. So I guess that's as far as my preparation went. But to
Okay.
me, it's obvious. I'm not sure how I would answer
Well, I mean,
the question. Why can't?
Look,
Yeah.
the thing is if your goal is to show that consciousness isn't physical, then there's two jobs that you have to do. First, you have to give a definition of physical. Second,
Yes.
you have to show that consciousness doesn't meet that consciousness doesn't meet that definition.
Okay.
And I think both things will be rather hard.
Yeah, so I guess I tried to define it in a clever way that means there's a difference in definition. Because if the consciousness is 100% the brain, you would expect the properties of the brain to be identical to that of consciousness, or there at least, it to be captured by them, or an emergent property or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
Do you not
and
do
how
you
do we know?
disagree with my description of awareness, self-awareness, that it's subjective or first person as opposed to third person?
Yeah, I mean, the whole
objective?
business of awareness is that it's first person. Yeah, but how does that preclude it from being physical? And how are you defining physical?
Good point. Okay, so I would try to define it as something that's observable and measurable. Isn't there some kind of statement in physics where everything
awareness
in the real
is
world,
observable and measurable. We're observing it right now.
By who?
By
What do you mean,
ourselves.
who's observing it? So
We're
are you
observing
observing
it.
your own awareness?
Yeah, that's
Or are
what
you
self-awareness
observing my
is.
awareness?
I'm
Yeah,
observing my
sure.
own awareness. So it's observable, and now I just need some way to measure it. And I could do that by, for example, just like thinking about numbers and then being aware that I'm thinking about numbers. Or I could, get a stopwatch and measure how long my awareness is going. I could do all sorts of things to measure it. I could even get various functional MRIs to figure out what, when my awareness is on and when my awareness is off. We can test whether somebody's asleep, for example, based using a functional MRI. So it's not clear to me at all that we can't measure this that we can't measure properties of this first person experience.
So you can observe your own awareness because it's subjective. You are the subject. It's from your first person
observable.
experience. But it's not the same necessarily as a observable fact. And I think, you're the physicist.
What feature of it is different?
Isn't there some statement or claim that in theory everything that's in the universe is measurable, or you could at least devise a way to measure it?
Not necessarily, but sure, if that's the case, then your definition for physical includes things like conscious experience.
Um, disagree.
Well,
I
look, I mean,
disagree
can we
because
measure when
Mhm.
somebody is conscious?
You can measure when someone's likely to be conscious, but you can't
Yeah, okay.
guarantee
And I mean,
their.
that's how all measurements are, right? We can measure when things are likely to be the case. We can't guarantee anything.
Yeah, so this is kind of an extension from our last conversation, which is why there's some background to my words that maybe I'm not articulating very well. I'm not denying the correlation between awareness and brain activity or decision, or like thinking about red and this part of your brain lighting up. Like we can see correlation, and if someone's asleep, that we're expecting this brain state, and so on. But correlation is not the same as identity,
Okay, but
and for that
but when we
reason,
measure things, we measure correlations. We never measure the thing directly. Like when we measure, for example, I don't know, an electromagnetic wave, we're not like measuring the electromagnetic wave. We're measuring the effect that the electromagnetic wave has on a radio antenna, for example. Or when we measure the color of something with our eyes, because that's what our eyes kind of do. We're not actually measuring the color of the thing. We're measuring the light that the thing gives off and converting that into an electrical signal. It's always the effects that some physical real world thing has on some sensory equipment, right? That's all what measurement is.
okay. But how would you bridge the gap from observable from a third person to explaining a first person experience? Because I can all that's doing is if you measure someone's brain activity and observing correlation is showing you're not actually proving awareness. You're not actually directly measuring
You're
awareness. It's
you're
there's
never
another
directly
step.
measuring anything. That's the point. We never
Yeah,
directly measure
I hear what you're.
anything.
Yes, I
So
appreciate
what's
that's
the
what your argument
distinction?
is.
But what's the distinction then? When we don't directly measure an electromagnetic wave, why is that a form of objective measurement? But when we measure someone's brain activity with an fMRI, that's not an objective measurement of, consciousness or whatever, or of awareness.
I'm maybe not articulating it very well, but it's to do with the property difference between an, a subject and an object, and that you can only measure an object.
No, no, no,
You
but
cannot
that's
measure a
begging the
subject.
question, right? You're asserting that this is something that's fundamentally non-measurable, but that's the thing in contention, right?
To me, it's an extension of the definition of the words that I'm using, and I don't think I'm giving particularly tricky definitions that are designed in a particular way. It's just my understanding of the words that subjectivity and objectivity are like almost ontologically different.
Well, I mean, they're properties of things. Subjectivity is merely, well, okay, yeah, we could define those terms if you wanted, but the point is that if the claim is something is physical, if it is A, measurable, and B, observable, then both things are doable with consciousness. We can measure how long somebody is conscious, for example, by looking at we could just have them talk, for example. We could just have them talk for however long they can until they fall asleep, and that will be how long that they were conscious for. And if we also require that this is observable, well, by definition, we are observing our own conscious. That's what self-awareness is.
So his it's
So
not quite a direct
the
rebuttal, but it's
so
something that
the
does
point I'm
respond
making
to
is
what you're
that the
saying.
definition the point I'm making is that the definition you've offered for physical is actually a bad definition if you wanted to distinguish between, the mental and the material.
Perhaps we can maybe address my definition, but if I can just quickly give an example that maybe addresses my thought process. If
Sure.
I have a brain of a living person,
Mm-hmm.
well, someone that I assume is living, and that I assume is self-aware, I can maybe correlate certain thought process with certain brain activities. They say they're thinking something, and that lines up with a certain activity, or the fact that they are speaking links with the speech part of the brain, or whatever. But if I take
Mm-hmm.
a dead brain and I just like light up those neurons, is that brain actually aware, or is it just
a dead brain that has certain potential differences.
How would you light it?
being-
How would you light it up? Like you would make blood flow through
Probably
it,
with,
and
like,
you would make
nodes or something.
electrochemical protection. You would make electrochemical like reactions take place, because that just sounds like you're bringing a dead brain back to life.
If that's your definition of life,
Well, I mean, like,
maybe,
look,
but
if you make a dead brain behave exactly like a living one, I don't know what the distinction is between a dead brain and a living one then.
So I guess we differ on a presuppositional level, which is making it difficult for me to formulate a response.
What do you think is the distinction between a dead brain and a living one?
I think a living one is self-aware, and a dead brain is not.
Okay, so typically living is used to describe a biological phenomenon, right? It's undergoing metabolism and it uses energy in order to perform some functions, etc. So if you reproduce those conditions, then you've brought a brain back to life, at least as far as like
Sure, if I
biology is
define
concerned.
life in that way,
Well, that's
sure.
I don't know what other kind of life you're
That's
using.
the definition.
It's a definition, but I mean,
I mean,
don't
like, would
think
you say that like a plant is not alive, or like a tardigrade is
depending
not
on
alive?
how I define it. If I define it like you have, where you have metabolic processes, and I have incretion and excretion and whatever. I can't remember what the 7 conditions for life are, but I don't think that plants are in the same category as humans, because I don't think they're self-aware.
Okay, but what does self-awareness have to do with life?
I am defining a type of life that is exclusive to self-aware beings. I'm
Is
not sure what other
self-awareness
vocabulary to use.
Would you say that self-awareness is like a gradient, or is it a binary?
I think being self-aware or not being self-aware is binary, but I think you can have different levels of awareness. Someone might be able to feel temperature, like my hand is on fire, and another person might just be able to see. There's different levels of awareness, but I think whether or not you are aware is binary.
Well, are we talking about awareness or self-awareness? Because in some sense, awareness is like just perception, right? And most living organisms will have some kind of perception.
And is perception the same thing as awareness? I don't
I
think
mean,
they are.
do you have a definition of awareness that you want to work with?
Do you okay? In answering your question, do you think that a computer is aware?
I mean, it just depends on how you're defining the word. If being aware of something and perceiving that thing are the same thing, then in some sense you could say yeah.
Yep.
Right, but I
But
think that's
typically
not a
we
helpful
associate
definition.
awareness. Typically we associate awareness with some sort of qualia, and whatever qualia is fraught. Like that's a definition that is fraught with problems.
So maybe this is where we disagree on a presuppositional level, because I don't think qualia has problems being a thing. Because I
Can you define what
experience it.
qualia is?
Not really, like what it feels like. I don't really have a good definition. What things feel
Then
like.
I think that we have a
what it's like
problem,
to
don't we?
Not really.
Do you-
Difficulty in defining something is not necessarily proof of its existence.
So suppose for a moment that that's a good definition. Qualia is a kind of experience that is accounting for what it feels like to have some sensation, right?
Sure.
Then it seems like you would be stuck not being able to, unless you have like some useful way of telling, you wouldn't be able to know if anything else has qualia.
So now that's where my conclusion is. So we are almost on the same page. We just disagree on whether or not qualia is a thing. You just disagree
Do you
the
think that-
conclusion
do you
it
think-
makes.
Given the definition that you have, it seems like you can't establish that I have qualia.
Correct. I can't establish whether or not you have qualia. I can maybe measure evidence for whether or not you have one and assign a likelihood.
And what's
But I
the
can't-
evidence that you would use to determine if I have qualia?
Maybe I would then resort to the traditional definitions of, like we were talking about, what the definition of life is. It can take input and give an output, and is it relevant?
Right.
to the context that it's in?
You would appeal to physical or material phenomena.
Sure, because I.
But if
and
qualia has nothing to do with that, if qualia does not rely on physical stuff, if it doesn't rely on material stuff, then it seems like you have no justification in relating qualia to the existence of biological processes or physical processes or whatever.
Well, I'm confident there's a correlation based off of my observation, but I can't describe.
I'm sorry, on what
identity.
grounds? What observation is allowing you to come to that correlation? You've never observed somebody else's qualia.
No, but presume that I've like experimented on this and I can observe my own brain, and when I'm thinking about a certain thing, I can see the scanner.
Why are you?
And let's say that
on your view, why are you caring about your brain whatsoever if the brain and the qualia are not linked? If they're independent of one another?
I'm just answering your question about the correlation between awareness and the physical processes.
So when you say it there, so what you're asserting is that there is a correlation there. Now, where does the correlation come from?
That's not needed to answer. But what we
Well,
have
it kind of
come
is,
to
right?
is-
So when there's correlation between two variables, there's usually, well, I mean, it might be true that there's always the explanation for that correlation is always one of three things, or perhaps more than one of these three things. It's either A causes B, and hence there's a correlation between A and B. B causes A, and hence there's a correlation between A and B. Or C causes both A and B. So there's a correlation between A and B because they have the same cause. So which of the three would it be?
I'm not sure why this is necessary. Like, why do I
Well,
need
because
to pursue this?
look,
if-
the reason why you need this is because you're going to have a hard time coming to any other conclusion besides the brain causes changes in behavior in qualia, changes in behavior of consciousness, etc.
Okay.
And so, like, look, if we can draw this out to just be a true trichotomy, then there's a real question. If you can rule out the other two, that leaves you with the third option, which is that brain function causes consciousness, awareness, etc.
There's an interesting
and
argument that I
have
heard
come to
related
this-
to this. Sorry to interrupt. There's an interesting argument that I heard related to this recently. Do you think that blue has ever been seen on the planet Earth?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, then that would indicate that the consciousness is physically located.
Why is that so?
Insofar as the qualia is located on the planet Earth, that's like a physical location. So presumably then we would say that the consciousness is physically located. The alternative is that blue has never been seen on the planet Earth if it's not physically located.
Well, the blueness is physically located. I don't really know what the location is. I think I understand what you're saying, but it goes back to the definition of self-awareness. I don't really know how to define self-awareness. Is it the molecules being aware of themselves, or is it the entity that is aware that it's aware?
Anything that can process data sufficiently enough to know that it exists is now self-aware. AI is self-aware. It knows that it exists. How it got there is irrelevant.
Why do you say AI is self-aware?
Because if you ask AI if it knows it exists, it'll say yes. That's
But I
not
can create
self-awareness.
a simple line of
Self-awareness
code that
is
says
just doesn't matter. Just because
I
you
ask
can
him-
just because you can create it in code doesn't mean that it's not self-aware. We're no different. We're just a series of chemical reactions that became aware at some point through billions of years of copying. AI doesn't do anything different than humans are doing. We're just doing it at a much more advanced level.
that's not quite the case, because AIs
Prove it.
operate with neural networks. Like, we have an understanding of how they operate. But also,
No.
if I create a line of code that responds
No.
to the
I'm
question,
not,
do you
I'm
know,
not
are you
asking you
aware
how
of
they
your
operate.
existence?
I said what they do. A function is different than how a function functions. The human brain is not
Well-
doing
well-
something different than AI. We're a meat computer.
So if I can give my example, I think it might help illustrate why I'm disagreeing with you. If I create a line of code that responds to the question, are you aware of your existence? And it responds yes.
It's just simply executing a line of code.
Well, that's
And then
not
you
AI.
might,
I don't know if
well,
you
with
know
your
how AI works.
definition,
That's not my definition. My definition was AI, not code. Yes, anyone create a line of code to spit out a function to give you the answer that you want. That's not what AI is doing.
yes, but what I'm trying to illustrate here is that just because it responds in a way that I expect of something that's self-aware doesn't mean it's self-aware.
How
Yeah,
could you
you're
tell the
right.
difference?
You can't, and that comes
Exactly,
back
you
to
can't
our
tell the difference.
presupposition.
Yeah, because there's no difference between a meat sack being self-aware and a computer being self-aware. It's the same process.
Under your
It's
view,
all
you
ones
if
and
you
it's all ones and zeros, bro. Until you can demonstrate that there's some sort of spiritual soul or something driving the meat sack, all you've got is a whole lot of nothing. You don't have an actual argument for anything that you think is spiritual. Like, this is a whole lot of like, I don't know how consciousness work, therefore God. It's ridiculous.
no, that's not at all what I'm saying. That's a massive straw man.
Prove me wrong then. What
I
what
can't prove
what
to you.
positive evidence have you given that there's some sort of existence outside of the human brain? Because all I've heard for the past 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I don't know how long, is that you don't
Mhm.
fully understand consciousness, therefore there must be some sort of consciousness giver.
No, that's what I said last time. What I'm saying here is slightly more nuanced.
No,
But
you said the
it's
same
because
thing with more words.
that's not true.
It's 100% true.
So what's the nuance here?
So the nuance is, so instead of saying, I don't know what consciousness is, therefore it's created by God, it's, sorry, give me a second, I will remember what my argument is.
You don't have one. It's a god of the
Oh
gaps.
yes, it's because, no, it's because we disagree on the fundamental level, does qualia exist? If we don't agree that a subjective experience exists, or like what it feels like to feel something, we aren't going to be able to agree on any of the following conclusions that I make.
No, to be clear, the question is not whether or not qualia exists. The question
Well, it kind
is
of is.
whether or not qualia is emergent from some material or some physical process, or whether qualia is indicative of some non-material or non-physical or supernatural or mental or some other kind of ontological substance or process.
So earlier, Dr. Blitz, when you were saying if qualia exists, then it will be impossible to measure, and you went through this line of reasoning, which is exactly my argument, and you were like, the impression I got was you don't like that, and so you
I'm
reject
fine with, I mean,
that
like
premise.
qualia is like an experience I have. Like, I mean, maybe qualia exists, maybe it's fundamental, maybe it's not. The question is really, what is the cause of the correlation between qualia and brain function, right? If the cause goes brain function, or if the correlation is created by brain function causing qualia, then we have our answer, that qualia merely emerges from physical properties. If, on the other hand, there is some causal connection that goes in the other direction, that somehow qualia causes brain function to change in some way, or that there's some third connection that, some third thing causes both qualia and brain function to be correlated, then that would indicate that there's something additional. The question is what's the cause? What's the actual
because you
relationship
have
there?
So we both agree that it's almost impossible to avoid the conclusion that the brain is impacting your awareness. However, the mechanism of interaction, if you're a physicalist, would be it must be physical. But I'm saying that's not inevitable, and I think when I was arguing about
But
So-
you
the
haven't
properties
given
of
a
qualia,
case for why it wouldn't be inevitable. What's the argument for why it's
It's also-
something else?
yeah, the argument.
It's also not
the
clear
argument
how you would
was-
have a physical thing cause a non-physical thing. I don't know what that would mean.
Yeah.
maybe not in a physicalist worldview. Maybe you wouldn't understand like how that could
In
exist.
any worldview, how does a non-material entity act upon material?
Yeah, maybe you could explain that to us. Like, we're familiar with your worldview. Maybe you could explain how, in your worldview, if you were like talking to like another Christian, that you would explain this.
I don't know if my view is, or this argument that I'm trying to present is heretical at all. So I wouldn't confidently say this to another Christian. But If I had to explain my explanation of it, you would say something like what you were objecting to last week. There's some supernatural process. If it's not natural, if it can't be explained naturally, and a physicalist worldview is insufficient, there must be some supernatural law which explains the phenomena. And
But
if it's
I think
outside
No.
of, yeah,
the thing that we're trying to get clear on specifically, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the thing that we're trying to get clear on is like the details of that. Like, how do we have this non-physical thing that causes things physically, and how does the physical have non-physical effects? At some point, there's going to be a non-physical cause that is a physical effect, and there's going to be a physical effect that is a non-physical cause.
what it sounds like your argument is because I can't explain the phenomena in great detail, therefore my argument is invalid.
No, I'm just unclear. Like, in order for us to even like accept the worldview, like I would just need to be way clearer on what this is even positing, because as it stands right now, I just have no idea what this quite means.
Well, it's my evidence that there has to be something supernatural. And if we agree on what qualia is, and we agree on that there must be an interaction between the two physical processes and qualia, then it only logically follows that there's some non-physical combining force, maybe. That's
Sure,
part of
okay,
my argument.
but what we're trying to get clear on is like how does that function?
Why am I needing to answer that to make my argument relevant? I don't. I
Sorry,
mean, what do you mean? How does it function?
do you think being able to like explain like the process how something happens is important for accepting the view?
Apparently not. He believes
To
in
a
Trinity.
certain extent.
But then why
To a
does it
certain
matter if
extent.
we can explain or not explain how qualia emerges under physicalism? It kind of sounds like you want it both ways. Like you want us to be on the hook for explaining how under physicalism things like qualia happen, whereas you yourself don't want to be responsible for explaining like how we go from these like physical causes to non-physical effects, or from non-physical causes to physical effects. So it kind of seems like you want it both ways.
Well, the difference is that when you argue that it's a physical process, you might say we just don't know what it is, or it will be found out in time. Whereas what I'm saying is the actual properties of physical things are not the same as qualia or a self-awareness, and so there's an explanatory gap. That's the difference.
I'm not sure why that's true though. Like, why would I think that it's not possible for this sort of thing to emerge via laws of physics?
So do you agree that physical things are objective, observable phenomena?
By objective and observable, what do we mean? Do we mean like so?
It
So
is
by
an
observable, you mean like
object, and you can
capable of
observe it.
being observed? Sure,
Yes.
like in general. Although I'm not sure if I think maybe this is more of a Dr. Blitz question, but I could easily imagine the possibility of like a non-observable physical thing.
Yeah, that's. I mean, look, I think that you're gonna have. I think any definition of physical is going to be fraught with issues. So I'm just not sure. Like, yeah, you could imagine that there are, for example, dark photons. This is a thing that's theorized to explain certain things, and one of the properties is that they could be in principle not observable.
And then in terms of objective, if by that you mean like true stance independently, I guess it kind of feels like a category error. I take like objective and subjective to be properties of specific truths or specific propositions. I don't really know what it means to say that the physical, which is like a type of substance, is objective or subjective. It's a category error.
Its state, perhaps, is objective.
So like the proposition, like the fact of the matter of the state of it is objective.
Maybe
Well,
my
I
word
mean,
choice
when it
is
comes to like
unhelpful.
consciousness, like there's certainly a fact of the matter about like what's being experienced. So that would just be true of consciousness. Like if someone's happy, we would say that they're having that experience and there's like an objective fact to the matter. So it seems like that would just fall under the definition.
I can obviously observe my self-awareness, but in trying to detect if something is self-aware, that's the kind of direction I'm trying to look at it. Is something aware, or is something just undergoing a physical process
Why not both?
that correlates with awareness? Well, I think having both is possible, but not under a physicalist worldview. I don't
Why
think
not?
that consciousness is possible as an emergent property just through physicalist processes.
That certainly is your conclusion, but like, what's the justification?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for, is an actual argument to support your conclusion. You haven't given one in the 30 minutes you've been up here.
Well, that's
Isn't it-
not true.
isn't it-
I'm
isn't it-
trying to articulate it in a way that's helpful.
I don't think
I'm
you've done
trying
it.
to define physical. Well, I'm trying to explain the property difference between qualia and physical things. But I'm maybe not being so successful at it. But the claim that I've not made an argument is false.
I'm still not sure what it is.
You're right. I still can't articulate it.
That's incredible. I really
If
don't
nobody
know how
knows
to
what your
word it any
argument
other
is,
way.
maybe you didn't actually provide an argument.
Sure, maybe it's my fault for not articulating it well enough, and I can maybe come back later and do it better.
So, Ars, are you a dualist of some kind?
I don't really know what I am. I'm still really
That's fair.
searching for the truth.
Also,
But you think that there are like material things and then there's also non-material things, right?
Yeah.
So then it seems like you're on the hook for explaining how the material interacts with the non-material.
Yeah, I like to think that free will exists, but I'm aware that the position I'm defending right now doesn't really help that.
Well,
So-
I mean, you're a Christian.
It's
you
not really
shouldn't believe
related
in
either.
free will.
Did you say I shouldn't, or I should?
You said you should not. The Bible tells you don't have any free will.
Well, it says that we can choose to do certain things. We can bear fruit. You know, we're
Yeah.
instructed to ask.
You have the illusion of free will. God knit you in your mother's womb. He designed you. He molded you to be the person you are. That's why you can't ask him any questions about why he made you the way that you are. Romans chapter 9. He made vessels for destruction from the very beginning. The only
Sure.
choice you have is an
Um,
illusion.
I think
Well-
the Bible presents arguments for both sides. I don't think I would like to pick one right now.
Sure.
Okay.
By the way,
Well, listen,
can I
Ars,
just ask a quick question? And
Yeah,
then I'll
sure.
go. Am I like blacklisted on your live streams, Ian? I've tried to join the last couple of days, but
I see you in the guest request box, and I know that you joined like pretty early. I make it a rule that I try not to speak to the same people like very frequently, and because we spoke last week, I typically don't like to speak to a person more than once a week, because the other thing that happens like pretty frequently if I don't implement rules like that is that I'll get like one person who just comes like back over and over and over again,
Yep.
And the audience gets like pretty annoyed. So I'd be more than happy to speak to you if it's like more than a week, but I try not to speak to the same person more than once a week. It's absolutely nothing personal against you. It's like
Yeah,
you haven't
appreciate
behaved
that.
yourself in like some sort of ill way. It sounds like you're like actively thinking about this, right? You're like an engaging guest in the sense that you're familiar with like some basic words. You're not just like, listen, man, it's faith, man. You just got to believe, man. And I can appreciate that. But I do try to keep like some variety, if that makes sense.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for that response. I appreciate it. Cheers, guys. I'll see you next week or whatever.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for coming up.
I really hope he brings a syllogism next week.
Yeah.
All right. We got a couple guests waiting to get in. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request button. If you're not following, hit that follow. Crucify the like button. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link tiny. Is it on the screen? tiny.cc/UA guest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video as well. Let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Gretchen. Oh, that's not very readable.
Oh yeah, that's impossible.
Give me 1 second to adjust the. I had to switch.
Just put it over my face. It'll be readable in the green.
There we go.
That works too. Right? Still not readable. There you go. Oh,
Good enough.
good.
All right. Gretchen says RS should get a 2-minute Philbro clock, and if he can't prove he finally landed on a real argument, he should be kicked. You guys aren't his debate coaches. Actually, that's a fair point. I don't disagree
Well,
with
but
that,
hold
Gretchen.
on. Hold on. So on Justin's lives, Justin has a Philbro clock for a reason, because Justin's not a Philbro. But we have a resident Philbro, and they're right there. So we can't have a Philbro clock, otherwise Ian would never get to do anything.
Yeah.
That is the case. Also, I would have kicked RS simply because he didn't make a single point in 30 minutes. I would have kicked him after 10 minutes of not actually having a point, just because I don't want to bore the guests. But listen, I'm the jerk. Remember, of this panel, these two are nice. I'm the jerk. And Colin, thank you for the super chat. Says looking forward to this live. The Ace team. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. And Gretchen again says, "Is RS a yapping AI?" He was yapping. Please turn him off. Okay, thanks. Bye. Well, we got him. He's out now, Gretchen. We got your back. And Dan, thank you for the super chat. Says, "I'm paying real money to shame the 70% of viewers that haven't hit the like button yet." And Dan, we should be doing that. Thank you. We appreciate the support.
Damn that like button straight to hell. Exercise that bell. I don't know what other Christian words there are to describe what you should do to the subscribe button.
Indeed.
Baptize that subscribe button.
Now, we've talked to Black Hole 99 more than once, haven't we?
Have we?
I thought we
I don't
have.
recognize the name, but it's possible. I have a poor memory, so.
We'll bring them up and see what the situation is.
It's this guy.
Wait, does he have intro music?
No,
I
he's just a banjo guy. You know, he goes on
you know
like
what?
Dean's Live all the time.
Okay, well, banjos are cool.
Yeah,
So,
real winner. Okay, well, all right. I guess we'll get Jack. I gotta fix our TikTok guest box though. It's not showing. Now
Ian,
that
you're the
Ian's
guest
joined
now.
up, we're showing the wrong individual. How you doing, Jack?
Fuck, I don't have an argument for God.
Good, how are you
Oh,
guys?
shit.
Hooked.
Jack, how's it going?
Good. How's it going with you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Jack-
Yeah, I'm 24, by the way. I don't know if I had to tell you, but
Yeah. Well, we don't ask your age. We just want to make sure you're over 18. And then, do you believe in God?
yes, I do believe in God, but I did want to ask you a question about
Which one?
Romans. Sorry, I believe in Christianity,
Okay,
Orthodox
so you're Christian.
Christianity
Great.
specifically.
So,
Yes.
so what would be the greatest argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
My greatest argument and evidences have been coming from the fact that it is one of the most historically accurate books as far as consistency goes, and there's been multiple books written outside of it that proves the existence that Christ did in fact perform miracles and was external of the average human.
Yeah, sure.
And my
What-
claims are purely
about,
miracle, not scientific.
About what year was
Sorry, go
Jesus
ahead.
born?
I don't know exactly because I mean, you know, it's kind of like hazy on the time, but we can guess about based on our timeline 2,025 years ago. We can guess.
Well, according to Matthew, he was born during the reign of Herod the Great, right? And then he went into Egypt immediately after he was born, right?
Sure.
And then he was there until the death of Herod, correct?
Right, but I mean, as we all know, the timeline was kind of hazy as well. I mean,
Sure.
I'm not.
Now,
100%
okay, so
on the
Luke
timeline.
says that he was born during the census of Quirinius. Do you know when that was?
Tell me.
It was about 6 CE, which means at a minimum we got about a 10-year discrepancy in when Jesus was born. How historically accurate do you mean when you say historically accurate?
It's one of the it's one of the more historically accurate books we had. I'm not saying it's like
Compared to what?
100% proven to be accurate compared to other books that we have.
Compared to
other
what?
historical books.
Compared to what?
Compared to other historical books that we have,
Name
like
one.
the Talmud, like the Talmud, like
What's in the Talmud that's not
Quran?
historical?
like for example, he talks about they talk about how he was performing dark magic and stuff like that, and there's clearly other
happened.
evidences that
To be
support
clear,
otherwise.
the Talmud
No,
isn't
he didn't know.
purported. The Talmud isn't purporting to be like a book of history. It's a book of law.
Well, it's a
Right?
book
It's a
of
bunch
law
of, it's a
and
bunch of
well-
rabbis
history.
arguing.
There's some stuff in there. That being said, Jack, there's really no difference between the Bible history and the history purported in the Talmud. The only difference is you believe that mythology and not the other mythology. I don't think that the Bible is actually
Well, no,
all
there's
that
a lot of
historically
things-
accurate.
yeah,
Like, I certainly don't think that the first human being existed 6,000 years ago. Do you?
I can't make that assertion because I'm not an expert in the subject.
Yeah, but I'm asking your opinion. Do you believe that the first human being existed about 6,000 years ago?
6,000 is the exact number. I haven't really thought about it now, so I don't have an assertion on that. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a genealogy going all the way back to the first individual in the book of Luke. Have you read Luke?
Yeah, but not the entirety of Luke. I'm not exactly a scholar. I want to get your guys' opinion because
You only
I'm
need
really cool.
one chapter of Luke, Luke chapter 3. There's a genealogy from Jesus all the way back to Adam. And if you actually just add up the what we know about the years for these people, it gets you about 3 or 6,000 years. So like that's just preposterous. We have settlements in Turkey, ancient Anatolia, and elsewhere that date back all the way to the 10,000 BCE era.
Okay. So what's
So
your contention? Does that disprove my point?
well, your point is, well, my point is that it's not historically accurate because it says that the first human being existed about 6,000 years ago, and we know there were already human beings farming and settling lands about 12,000 years ago, and we have cave paintings done by humans all the way back 40,000 years ago. We've got pretty good evidence that we had humans prior to 6,000 years ago. It's just not historically accurate. Also, I'd be curious to know how the penguins got to Noah's Ark.
No idea.
That doesn't seem historically accurate. When was the Exodus?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, the Bible gives you like 2 to 3 different dates, possibly. It could be in the 1200s, it could be in the 1400s, and there's a couple ways you can go about it. The Bible can't even agree on when it actually happened, but it does agree that Ramses II was Pharaoh while they were in Egypt. According to 1 Kings chapter 6, that couldn't be possible because it says that they left Egypt 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which means they would have been in Egypt 200 years prior to Ramses II even living.
Okay.
So not historically accurate. Also, Jesus himself just says things that are like patently false. Like he claims to
Like
have
what?
fulfilled all these prophecies, and he has like literally no idea. He doesn't know the first thing about the Hebrew Bible. So we can demonstrate this pretty quickly. Matthew is the same way. If I read you a short passage from from Jeremiah 31 first, and I can put it on the screen so you can see it. Like I'm not reading like a weird Bible translation that no one's ever heard
Yeah,
of
go
before.
ahead.
Give me a second. All right. So this is from Jeremiah, and if you know anything about Jeremiah, he's writing to the Israelites as they're being carried off into Babylonian captivity, and he continues writing during their captivity about their return. In chapter 25 and 29, he says they're going to come back after 70 years of captivity. But part of the prophecy in 31 says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted, for her children are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." So, like, just on face value, knowing a little bit about the time period that Jeremiah wrote and who he was writing to, what would you say this short little passage is about?
I go ahead, tell me.
It was about the Israelites coming back from captivity after 70 years, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it should be pretty clear. But if you go to Matthew literally has no idea what's happening in this passage. When the children were murdered in and around Bethlehem, it says, "Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because there are no more." But Jeremiah literally said that those children would come back from the land of the enemy. This is not... Jeremiah's prophecy has nothing to do with a bunch of babies being murdered in Bethlehem 535 years later.
Okay.
So like Matthew's just like making up his own prophecies, which he basically does all throughout the book, but he's not the only one that does this. Jesus does the same thing. In Isaiah 61, we have a prophecy about the restoration of Israel after the Babylonian captivity, and the prophet says that the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed and bind up the brokenhearted, to to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God. And this gets quoted in the New Testament, but they conveniently leave off the rest of the prophecy that makes it clear that this is about the restoration of Israel. It says, they shall build up the ancient ruins, they shall raise up the former devastations, they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations, so on and so forth. It's a pretty typical restoration prophecy. But in Luke, Jesus reads this in the synagogue and lies on it. It says, the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found in the place where it was written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, so on and so forth. He rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down, and the eyes of the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. But like any fool who's read Isaiah 61 knows that Jesus didn't fulfill anything in Isaiah 61. Isaiah 61 has nothing to do with the Messiah having the Spirit resting upon him. It has to do with the prophet giving a good word of restoration to the Israelites after Babylonian captivity. In fact, Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies. He was a fraud by all accounts.
Okay. So Isaiah 61, 1 through 3, and then Luke 16 through 22?
No. We're in Matthew chapter 2, verses 16 through 18 for the Jeremiah passage. And then for the passage we just read.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Matthew, what again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Matthew 2, 16 through 18.
Okay.
And then the other passage was going to be in Luke chapter 4, where Jesus quotes Isaiah 61 improperly. Right? Yeah, so the problem we have is that the New Testament tells endless lies on the Old Testament, and like even the first page of Matthew makes like 5 different blunders. He gets the father, he names Josiah as the father of Jeconiah. Josiah wasn't the father of Jeconiah. He also lists Joram as the father of Uzziah. There are 3 individuals that were born between Joram and Uzziah. They weren't father and son. And then he can't even count to 14. He says that there are 3 sets of 14 generations, and if you read through them, one of them has 17 generations and another has 13. Like, he can't even count.
Okay, so what's your point back? Because you quoted Matthew, Isaiah, Luke. Where's the point back to the Old Testament?
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea.
Isaiah is in the Old Testament.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry. So you're saying Luke points to Isaiah and Matthew points to where? Because I'm just trying to connect where you are, like, logically.
Well,
because I'm not sure.
Well, Matthew's genealogy is going probably from the Book of Chronicles. If I had to make a good bet, the reality is, though, his genealogy messes up what we find in Chronicles. He gets most of it, but not all of it correct.
Okay, so your claim between, because right now I got Chronicles, Matthew, Isaiah, and Luke, and you saying that they're saying the genealogy of who is wrong?
Of Jesus, which is kind of important. Like that's the whole thing is he's supposed to be descendant from the line of David, right?
Okay. Yes.
But the lineage that we get not only doesn't actually go to any blood relation, but it also just gets a bunch of stuff wrong. So, for example, in verse 8, it says that
what? Verse 8 of what? I'm sorry.
Matthew 1:8 says Joram was the father of Uzziah, but there are 3 different lineages or 3 different descendants between Joram and Uzziah. He left out 3 of them, so that's wrong. And it says Josiah was the father of Jeconiah. Well, that's wrong too. Josiah was the grandfather of Jeconiah, and the other problem is Jeconiah was cursed in Jeremiah 22:30. It says that none of Jeconiah's sons, his offspring, will ever sit on the throne of Judah again. Which means if this is supposed to be a kingly lineage, it's cursed. It doesn't matter if Jesus came from Jeconiah's loins, which he didn't, by the way. He's cursed anyways. Like, it's just silly. Who's ever writing this book doesn't have the foggiest idea of what the Old Testament actually says.
Okay. And then so these are all, so your big claim is that the genealogy of Jesus was wrong, and Matthew... And I'm sorry, it was 1 through 8 through 12? You said Matthew 1, 8 through 12?
I mean, there's multiple errors in the book of Matthew chapter 1. So my point is this. It gets history wrong. It gets its own quotations wrong when it tries to quote itself from the Old Testament. It can't even quote itself correctly. And like it props Jesus up as this supposed like king priest Messiah, but he wasn't the Messiah. He didn't do any of the things a Messiah was supposed to do. He was just a fraud.
Okay. Okay. And so that's your big claim to the inconsistency of the Bible.
Yeah, it's inconsistent all over the place. I wouldn't
Okay, and
rely
that's
on
just
this thing at
one
all.
And
that's one
and
example.
to be clear, the claim was primarily, your initial claim was that it's the most historically accurate book that we have from the time. And Justin just pointed out like 3 historical inaccuracies, even
Yeah, no,
internal historical inaccuracies, right?
right. I'm just trying to get read up. I clearly don't have the knowledge to debate this topic,
Fair enough.
which is
You
why.
know, I used to think that too. When I was a young Christian, I used to think the Bible was historically accurate, but it turns out that if you really read it, it's not that historically accurate. Like it's a really good talking point until you open it.
Okay. So what made you move away from Christianity?
I studied the
If you don't
Bible.
mind me asking. Okay.
I went to Bible college and seminary and had to study the book, and that was all it took.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you. And then you said your first claim on the last guest was you talked about, I think it was Romans 7. Yeah. No, sorry, Romans 9 on free will.
Yeah,
Can you point to that for me?
yeah. So in Romans 9, Paul is trying to wrestle with a couple things. And one of those things is why God seems to do like certain things that are predestined. Like he refers to Pharaoh at one point because he says that God says to Pharaoh, I have raised you up for this very purpose. So Paul's wrestling with this idea that maybe you don't actually really have free will. In fact, he says, not by works, but by his calling, meaning God's calling, she was told that the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, I have loved Jacob, but Esau I have hated. What then are we to say? Is there injustice on God's part? By no mean. For he says to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I have compassion on. So he's wrestling a little bit with like, why are some people in one particular role and some people in a different role? And he says, it doesn't depend on human will or exertion, but on God who shows mercy. For scripture says to Pharaoh, I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I may show my power in you, that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth, which follows the model, because if you read the Exodus, God hardens Pharaoh's heart repeatedly so he can murder all those poor babies and drown all the Egyptian soldiers in the sea. And so he's tampering with Pharaoh's free will, and now he's giving you one good example of when God does violate people's free will, because he's like, I don't know, maybe you don't really have that much free will. And then in terms of like, okay, well, these people are doing evil things, maybe because God raised them up for that purpose. He says, you will say to me then, why does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? But who indeed are you, O human being, to argue with God? Will what is molded say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out of the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? So Paul's reasoning is that no. The reason why some are saved and others are not is because it's all part of God's divine plan. He created you to be a vessel of honor or a vessel of wrath. This was his design.
Well, to a certain degree, right? But we can be hardened. According to the Bible, we can be hardened and we can choose to take the path of not like being, inherently, I guess, good in the eyes of God, right?
Well, according to Paul, I don't think that's true according to the Hebrew Bible or even to Jesus. Jesus seems to be under the impression that you kind of do have free will, but God will poke you and prod you along the way. You know what I mean?
Well, he will inspire you. I wouldn't say poke and prod you because nothing that you could do is forced. You could still choose to go against that, right?
No,
Yeah, you could.
no, you can't. If God
I mean,
hardens your
there's
heart,
plenty of peoples in the Bible
if
that
God
did.
hardens your heart, you can't resist. In fact, that's why Paul said, "Who can resist His will?" In fact,
Okay.
the
I see what you're saying now.
in Joshua, when the Canaanites came out to make war against the Israelites, it says that God hardened their hearts to cause them to come out to make war with them.
Okay.
right?
Did he say harden their hearts for good or harden their? I'm really just trying to understand. I clearly don't have the skill to debate this, but does it say harden their hearts for good or harden their hearts for the moment?
Well,
And
there's
is there
no.
a distinction?
I don't think there's a distinction. I mean, God's desire was to have them to come out to war so that He can, have His people destroy them, right? So let's
Sure.
go to Joshua 11
Okay.
because they're dead. So I mean, you could say their hearts were hardened for good because it was hardened until they died. It says, it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts so that they would come against Israel in battle in order that they might be utterly destroyed and might receive no mercy but be exterminated. So God acted upon their free will to bring them out to battle so that they would get slaughtered,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm. But in that of itself, like when we say that for good, wouldn't if they were following God's according to Christian logic, right? If we were following God's will and God's word, where He specifically hardened people's heart and told them to go to war, wouldn't the ultimate good being death to then go into heaven?
No, I
'Cause
don't
that's
think
what
so. These
Christians.
people didn't go to heaven. They were enemies of God.
Okay, so you're saying that God hardened the hearts of the enemy.
Well, theoretically, they didn't know that this God even existed.
Okay, so is God hardening the hearts of the enemy or hardening the hearts of His followers? I guess I'm not
He's
quite understanding.
he's hardening a lot of people's hearts. In this case, he hardened the hearts of the Canaanites.
Okay, and the Canaanites were against God. Is that your claim?
Well, they didn't even know Yahweh existed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so they didn't follow any religion at that time?
No, they were Canaanites. They practiced similar to what we find in the Ugaritic pantheon. They worshipped El and Asherah and Baal and all the Ugaritic pantheon.
Okay, I got you.
And God, He didn't like that. He wanted to be worshipped himself all
Sure.
on his own some. So He's like, okay, well, I got to murder all these people now.
Sure.
So Jack, you came on, and I just want to summarize what's happened in the last 20 minutes. You came on and you said that the Bible is the most historically accurate book. And it seems
Yes.
like for the last 20 minutes, Justin has just been doing like a free tutoring session, because it doesn't seem like you don't know the Bible very well and you don't know the history very well either. So like, what's the actual argument here for why Christianity is true?
I just contended about 30 seconds ago. I was like, clearly I don't have the knowledge to argue this point.
Well,
so
no,
I'm gonna get as much
look,
information
and
as
I
can
appreciate the humility.
and
I
debate in
appreciate the
good faith.
humility. I think that it's it takes a lot of self-awareness to have that level of humility. But like, do you have an argument that you want to offer that you can speak on with
I guess my
some
only
degree of
argument is that
knowledge?
there's other books. I guess the only argument I could make is that there's other books, like especially in the Talmud, where it talks about how he used dark magic to heal people and things like that, but it never claims that Jesus himself committed a sin. And then in the Quran, it also points to Jesus being a prophet of God. I think if there's three different books pointing at one man, that there might be some truth to his claims.
Well, people back then believed in magic, and so like if there was something that they couldn't explain, calling it magic is like not so surprising.
Yeah. Also,
Right,
nobody,
but I mean, like, wouldn't
nobody at
that kind
Muhammad's
of fit
time
that
knew
kind of equivalence?
Jesus. To be sure, Muhammad came almost 500 years after Jesus. What he says about Jesus is kind
Right.
of irrelevant.
I also
okay, so
suspect
you're-
that nobody. I also suspect that none of the rabbis who were speaking in the Talmud. I mean, we could go check. Who were speaking in the Talmud about Jesus? They also probably didn't know him either. They were probably relying on the stories that they've heard.
Well, I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I want to clarify when it says magic, because I know the passage we're referring to in Sanhedrin 43a, it says that he's accused of doing sorcery. And to be sure, like the opponent Celsus talks about this as well in his disputation with Origen. It seems like he's referring to like magic tricks, like what you would learn to deceive people, not that he like actually was like tapping into demonic powers.
Oh, okay.
That's my
Okay.
reading of it, at least.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah. All right.
Because like in the writings of Celsus, who generally agrees with the Jews. In fact, part of the disputation with Celsus, he claims to have a Jewish person with him that's supplying him with some of these arguments. He says that like Jesus didn't do anything that like the average magician or juggler couldn't do, referring to people who did like street magic.
Okay. I'll definitely have to look into that too.
So, and I just checked, like, it's actually not clear which rabbi is talking when they're talking about Jesus being killed for, practicing sorcery. It just refers to a baraita. But the most recent, the most relevant, recently named rabbi who's mentioned here is Abaye, and he lived like hundreds of years after Jesus. So, like, this was not somebody would have known him. They're just relying on like old oral traditions that they had heard.
Okay, so how do we know the historical accuracy of anything? Like according to you guys?
Well, we often use archaeological evidence, right? Like if we can relate archaeological evidence to, historical documentation, then we can say that, well, this historical documentation is confirmed.
So
Yeah.
for there
It's
to be
also
any historical
sorry.
truth, we have to rely on science.
If I could add something onto that, sorry. I would also say that it comes down to like the claims as well. Like the way that we make inferences based on like whatever historical evidence that we have, right? We have all these documents that will make a variety of claims for a variety of historical figures about existence, acts, etc. And the way that we generally go about evaluating this is we evaluate what's the most plausible explanation given the evidence. So, for example, like the idea that a guy named Jesus existed, well, that's totally plausible. You have like some sources that would attest to this. The idea that this dude named Jesus rose from the dead, well, that's going to require quite a higher standard of evidence.
Right, 100%. So you guys think that the only way to, so I just want to be clear because, like, when we talk about historical things, right, we usually use it with the historical burden of proof, which is that something is consistent in its story. And I know that you're poking holes in that logic, and I need to go back and read and like make sure that I know what I'm talking about before I make any more claims on that. But when we talk about something as being historically accurate, you don't need science to prove that something is true historically, correct?
So look, there's kind of two different things happening here. So
Right.
if all you have are texts, then typically you'll say that like there is like evidence that XYZ happened, and you might even say like if it's overwhelming and if it's pretty if it's pretty typical, like, oh, there was a war that's written about by both sides, and one side says we lost this war and one side said we won this war, and you find writings from both sides. That's pretty good evidence. But like if you actually want to verify something, which is what you asked about, you go dig up remains, right? You go find skeletons at the location that the war was talked about, right? And that would verify it. That would verify the claims. So, like, look, you can produce historical evidence, and especially if you have like the same view being told by contradictory sources, then like that's pretty good evidence. But the point is if you want to verify these things, that's what you asked for, then you would look for some sort of like additional evidence in front of you, right?
Oh, okay. So you guys believe that the only way to get to truth is to also have a scientific to fully verify it.
No, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
Okay,
said
okay,
that.
sorry. I'm just trying to understand. I'm sorry if I'm not quite understanding.
I can kind of tell you what I like my opinion on it. So I think that when it comes to verifying like historical claims, I take most historical claims with kind of a grain of salt. Like if it says that somebody did something and it's a mundane thing, yeah, sure, maybe they did. Who knows? The minute though somebody makes a historical claim, like somebody did something superhuman. So like in some of the ancient Jewish writings, it says that Simon Bar Kokhba could rip trees out with his bare hands from the ground, like full size.
They were little trees.
I'm sure they were small trees. And so like we have these legendary claims about figures from the past, and I treat them all equally. I don't believe them, right? So I don't believe that Vespasian was healing people. I don't believe that 6 of the Caesars became deified after their death, or that Nero resurrected, or that Jesus resurrected, or that Aristeas resurrected. I just classify the mythological stuff in mythology, and then the rest of it, I'm like, okay, the stuff that is genuinely probably history, then I put it on the shelf of, okay, this might have happened. But like to me, I think all historical claims are tentative, right? Just because somebody said something happened, it doesn't really mean it happened that way. For example, almost all of the ancient history texts, almost all of them claim that the Medes defeated the Babylonians prior to the Persians. Even the Bible says the same thing. However, if you really look at the Persian chronicles, it's clear that the Persians defeated the Medes just before conquering Babylon. But the problem was, like, we didn't learn this until, I don't know, maybe 250 years ago, 100 years ago. We didn't know that, right? We didn't have the sources, right? So I don't know. That's why I say, like, you can know something happened in history, or believe something happened in history based on limited evidence, and then later be proven wrong about it once you get new evidence. That's why I would say, like, all historical claims are tentative.
Okay. And then just on the topic of God in general, do you guys think that there's more likely a creator than not? Or are you guys agnostic, or are you guys fully atheist?
I think it's less likely that there's a creator than not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I agree. If anything, if I did anything in the spiritual realm of thinking, I'd probably be Buddhist before I was a theist. I'd be much more inclined to believe that we have a soul than that there was a God that created this entire mess.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so you don't, and you see like living as in this, because you claimed it's a mess, right? You think that living on this earth is a mess.
Yeah. I mean, like, babies are born with
Just in
bone
general?
cancer.
Right. Well, I
Like,
mean, bad things happen, but those are perspective of good things, right?
but they don't have to.
Right, but I mean, I'm
I
just
mean,
saying that's what's
the
in our
Earth is also
framework.
really
I mean,
messy,
compared to
right?
what? Sorry, what?
Well,
The Earth is
we-
a chaotic system. Go ahead, Ian.
I was just gonna say, right? So this is like a good analogy for how you should approach like your expectations versus reality. Let's say that I told you that there's this kingdom, and the king he's wise and he's just and he's powerful. And as you walk into the kingdom, you see the bodies of men, women, and children hanging from lampposts. So you stop and reflect. Well, maybe the king just doesn't know about it, but in that case, he's not as wise as you once thought. Or maybe he does know about it, but he doesn't have the power to stop it. In which case, maybe he's not as powerful as you once thought. Or maybe he does know about the killings, does have the power to stop them, but chooses not to. In which case, maybe he's not as good as you once thought. Either way, your expectations that you'd form based on the description of a wise, powerful, just king come tumbling down when confronted with the horrors of the kingdom. Likewise, the idea that there's like this good, loving God who's all powerful, all knowing, designed everything, is sovereign over everything, compared with the data that's in front of us, is just not tenable. The idea that the world wouldn't be a better place if babies didn't get cancer is, to me, and I think everybody else, an absurdity. But indeed, that is what theism commits you to. If God's all good, then he makes the best possible world. He does the best possible thing. And you need to then infer by that that the best possible thing is not getting rid of cancer, which means that it's better for cancer to exist than to not exist. But that's obviously false.
Right, but good to what? Because I mean, we're saying, that's like at least in the Orthodox claim. The Orthodox claim is not that this earth and everything within this earth and living on this earth is all going to be all good. In fact, if you take the Orthodox past, and especially Saint John of the Ladder, the ladder of divine ascent, he talks about how, like, actually, if you're going towards the Christian way, your life's going to be harder, but it's all for the greater good to end up in heaven. That's the claim.
Yeah, but how does that explain the fact that like kids get cancer?
Well, because again, it's all part of the greater purpose to get into the kingdom of heaven. So if that kid getting cancer ends up saving him and getting him to the kingdom of heaven and not turning him away from Christ at the end of the day, then how do we know that? And then when you guys talk about good and bad, what are you relating that to? When you say good and bad, related to what?
Two things. So first, what I'm curious about, if you had the power to make all cancer disappear instantly, you're saying that it has like this greater purpose in God's plan. So if you had the ability to make it all disappear, would you do that?
Me in my human form, if I had the power to do it, maybe, but I don't. But again,
You're not sure?
Here's
You don't know if
here's
you'd
the
get rid of
problem.
cancer?
Well, can I explain what I mean by that?
Yeah, go for it. But I
Because
think I don't know
you're
is also an
basically asking me to
absurdity,
make a
by the way. I
decision.
think the answer is
You're asking me
obvious.
to you're asking me to make a decision for all of humanity, right? I mean, I would like to think so. Yes, I probably would. If I had a button, I could just push it, sure. But that would be putting me in the position of God, in a position of authority that I don't have the brain capacity or the authority to actually enact what is good, because it could have unforeseen effects that I don't know, because I'm simply not that intelligent or omnipotent.
Yeah, so you would push the button that gets rid of cancer. You would, if you had the power to make it all disappear, you would make it disappear. Would God make it disappear if he had the power to make all cancer disappear?
Well, no, because he has that power and he clearly doesn't.
Yeah, so between the two of you, you disagree about what the right thing to do is. You think the right thing is to get rid of all of cancer. God thinks that the right thing is to not get rid of all of cancer.
Well,
Who's right?
that's not exactly what I said. I didn't
Oh,
say it was
so just
necessarily
who's
the right
right?
thing.
Like who is making the right decision? Is it the right decision to get rid of it, or is it the right decision to not get rid of it?
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like I don't. The thing is, I can't make an assertion one way or the other. The reason why I can't make an assertion is because it exists, and clearly, if God doesn't want it, if God's saying that is basically, saying by His own volition, not getting rid of it, that it needs to exist, then there's clearly something that I don't know, and I don't claim to be omnipotent like God.
So then it seems like that you would be obligated to believe that you shouldn't push the button.
Sure, because it would be acting in the authority of God, which I should not possess as a human. So I guess you're right. I would have to change my view on that.
Yeah, but then that to me is like an insane moral claim. The idea that if given the power to make all cancer disappear, that the right thing to do is not. Well, that just to me is an absurdity.
Well, and then when you guys talk about morality, where does that come from? What do you mean by
Yeah,
morality?
well, I'm a moral realist. I think morality is equivalent to virtue because virtue is necessary in order to live the good life.
Okay, so where is your like? If you had to point, being like these are my morals, this is my morality, and this is where it comes from. Where would you point?
Yeah, so I can walk you through the argument. So we're all
Yeah.
aiming at like an ultimate good. The
the
actions that we
bait.
take, the intentional actions. Wait, I've gotten better at the argument, Blitz. It's a lot quicker now.
Okay, good.
So
I'm gonna take a
the
bathroom
actions that
break.
we do actions for reasons.
Thank you.
When
Thank
we
you,
do
Deacon, for
intentional
explaining
actions, we have like goals. Like maybe you're walking to the gym to go to the gym to work out, to be healthy, to look better, to live longer, etc. And there's like a because for it, but there couldn't be an infinite chain of becauses insofar as your actions are goal oriented and they must be ultimately aimed at something. This means that there's going to be somewhat of an ultimate end, but it's going to need to be all encompassing. It would need to encompass every reason that you have to do anything in your entire life. Essentially, what that means is that everyone ultimately is aiming at living a good life. But a good life would be completely satisfying. It would be the type of thing that you're completely satisfied with, which means that it needs to be the type of life that you could have respect for the self in. And that would necessarily include fairness insofar as self-respect requires self-understanding, and self-understanding requires of understanding yourself, how you compare to others, how you're alike others, how you're different from others. So you necessarily need fair evaluations in order to live a good life, which means that at bare minimum, the quintessential component to living a good life is going to be the ability to fairly evaluate those around you.
Okay, so the ability to fairly evaluate those around you. So you believe that there are some inherent goods and some inherent evils, and we can point
Yeah.
to those things, right? Like
Yeah, I'm a
rape,
moral
for example,
realist.
or
Yep.
like yeah. So we can like for example, do you think having sex with someone who's under the age of 14 is wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but there are some people where their morality completely disagrees with you. So how do we determine morality?
And they're wrong.
in your- Right, but how do you prove that? How do you?
I just
refute
proved
that?
it. I just demonstrated that. Like the argument that I was giving is the demonstration that morals are objective. So there would necessarily be a contradiction in their worldview. They would be aiming for a good life, but also all of their actions would be going against the good life insofar as they can't have self-respect. Their inability to treat other people fairly means that they themselves cannot evaluate their own lives fairly, which means that they can't have self-respect because they don't even know themselves.
Right, but when you say good, define good. What do you mean by good?
Good is just the things that you ought to.
Right, the ought to based on what? Again, we still have
The
we're in a
argument that
circular
I just
argument. We're
gave
not
you.
pointing to a
Are you
source.
listening?
Yeah, but
Like
you're
I've
not pointing
explained
to
the
a source that
argument.
says that.
Yeah,
Right,
I
but how
just
do we
gave you
know
the
that?
argument. Do I need to give you the argument the second time?
Well, because your argument is basically, I think I understand your argument. Let me repeat it back to you just so I
Yeah,
make sure we
please.
both think I understand it, right?
Yeah.
So your argument is that because humans are inherently know what's right and wrong, like it's just
That's
built
not what I
within
said at
us.
all.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
I'm actually
Really,
genuinely convinced that you're not even listening. If
Okay,
your
I'm
understanding is that like, well, we just all intuit what's good and bad, man, then I'm convinced that you probably didn't listen to a word that I said.
Okay, well, I'm so sorry if I misunderstood your point.
Okay,
But
we're all aiming at a good
hold on a
life. That good life requires self-respect. Self-respect requires self-understanding. Self-understanding requires the ability to evaluate fairly and also to act on your evaluations, which means that everybody strictly ought, evaluate fairly and then act on those evaluations.
Okay, you use the word fair a lot. So what do you mean by fair?
Fair just means that if you treat two people differently, you do it for some sort of morally relevant reason.
Okay, so the way we treat people should be equitable, is your claim then?
Just that if you treat people differently, that you should be doing so for a reason. That if you have two cases and these cases don't differ in the morally relevant features, then you shouldn't be treating these cases differently.
Okay, so like for example, like being like murdering being wrong, you think like we need to treat people like you treat a murderer as a murderer, a thief as a thief, kind of scenario.
Well, certainly, right? So let's say that we have like a trolley problem, and you have to save one person. Either you can save the person with like blonde hair or the person with brunette hair. Well, these people don't differ in any morally relevant features, so there's no reason to favor one over the other. In fact, you should probably flip a coin to decide, would be the prescription, because these cases are essentially identical. Whereas if you have instead like, I don't know, some evil guy on one track and like a cancer researcher on a different track, you should probably save the cancer researcher because there's a morally relevant feature between them or distinction between them.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So when you say evil, then in that situation, what makes someone evil in your eyes?
Yeah, just doing the things that they ought not to. Doing
Right,
things
so
that
why-
undermines their own living of the good life, doing things that are unfair, intemperate, cowardly.
Right. So I guess I just fail to see what that moral evil is. Like when you say like well pointing to what? Like how do we know like in writing? Like how can we point to that and say this is evil, this is good? Because in your
The way
worldview,
you
it's
do
kind
it
of
is
just
by
subjective
discerning
to
the morally
whatever we-
relevant features and then determining what one ought to based on that. It
Right, but
depends on the
moral
situation.
relativism.
Morals are very particular.
Right, but morals are particular, but they're also relative to the society you're in. Societies disagree on morals all the time, right?
Jack, you're confused. Just because Ian is saying that morals are objective does not mean that they were given by a moral lawgiver. Right? Under Ian's view, these morals are determined in a sort of transcendental way on the features of agents. Right? And so this is something that can be derived essentially from the experience of being an agent and from logic alone.
Yeah.
Oh, so like kind of like because okay, so what you're saying is, and completing his argument, is you're saying that because I wouldn't want it done to me, I shouldn't do it unto someone else. Simply put.
That certainly is like one way to approach
Like a
morality,
component?
and that's definitely a relevant consideration. That's not like the only relevant consideration, but that is one of them, right? Like if you wouldn't want this to be done to you, unless you can identify some morally relevant feature between you and that person, then you have a really good reason to not do it.
Okay, so then that's where your good comes from, is just like what we would view as wanting to happen to ourselves.
Not really. It's
In
one
one
feature
way.
of it, but
In
that's
one
not the entirety
way.
of it. There are
So-
other
so what are-
considerations.
what are
For
the other
example,
features?
like if you have to, I don't know, let's say you have to stab one person one time to save like 10,000 people. You have a really strong reason to stab that one person one time, even though you personally wouldn't want to be stabbed. It just so happens to be that when you take all the morally relevant features into account, that there's a morally relevant feature that massively outweighs.
So what you're saying is that we can come to a logical conclusion based on evidences that are, externalities, like I would say mainly, and correct me if I'm wrong, mainly driven by, do like what you'd want to do unto yourself, but again, with consideration of the other moral externalities and other statistical, I guess, data points that you can point to, right?
That's an important
Right.
moral feature, but it's not the center of my morality. Like treating others
Okay,
the way
so what
that you
is-
want
what
to be
is the
treated is
center?
not the center of the morality. The center of
Okay,
my
so what-
morality is that everybody needs to develop a disposition towards identifying the morally relevant features and acting on them. That
Okay,
everyone
so
needs
we
to be
just need-
virtuous, that you need to develop the virtues of justice, wisdom, courage, and temperance.
Right, and then how do we? Because like we can agree that it's based like there are some people like, and there I would say there's a lot of people actually, not just some, but there's a lot of people that would disagree on you and I
Yep,
specifically.
and they're wrong.
Right, on features of morality. So how do we prove that they're wrong? I
With the
guess?
argument
Like, how
that
do
I
you
gave at the start of the conversation.
Okay. So we look at them and say, hey, you wouldn't want your daughter to get like in the case of
No,
like
not even.
Okay.
That's probably going to be like a feature of it. The way that you would demonstrate this to them is by showing them that what they're aiming at is a good life and that their actions undermine their own goal. That they're acting on what Kant calls self-defeating maxims.
Okay. So what is a good life? at the end of the
A
day.
good life is going to be one that's, at bare minimum, one that you can look at and favor positively and one that's fitting towards you. But in order to evaluate it positively, you would need to have a genuine understanding of it, which of course would require fair evaluations.
Right. So do you think that someone that, like, let's just use like a CEO of a big investment company that flips houses, right? And they flip houses at the behest of essentially taking single family homes and renting them out to people at a premium, right? I think we can all four agree that that's, like, on some level immoral, right? But it's for the betterment of themselves, like you said. It's to aim for them to have a good life through money, but it's at the behest of someone else. So how do you argue
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
from
there's no
morality
morally relevant distinction between the CEO and the people who he's denying housing to. He's
So
not
you're- so
acting
under-
fairly towards these people.
Right. So because he's not acting fairly, okay. So then, under your worldview, it's because he's not acting in a fair manner that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's
and
not
then we
embodying the
define
virtue
fair.
of justice.
Okay, and he wouldn't want it done. Obviously, the average person wouldn't want it done to themselves. So that would fall under defining fair, right?
Yeah, I mean it's like a relevant consideration, but the main thing is like the fairness. I suppose fairness probably includes that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. I just wanted to understand. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I see. I guess I see what that was. That's probably the
Yep.
best. By the way, that's probably the best argument I've ever heard for morality not coming from the source of like some sort of writing that we have. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I always appreciate that. I'm reading deep into morals right now, so I always like a good
It's
opportunity
tough.
to talk about them.
It is tough. Like these like describing and talking about morality is tough. So.
Well, Jack, it was good to talk to you. I mean, we always
Yeah.
appreciate nice guests, and you were able to cover a range of topics with us, which is a lot of fun. But we appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, cheers, friend.
Cheers.
We should read some super chats.
Yeah, Jack was a nice guy, wasn't he? Let's grab some super chats. JM, thank you for the $2 thumbs up. Thumbs up to you, friend. And Dill says, Justin, you should debate Q-Top. I don't know why. Where would we debate?
For the content?
I guess I could. Where does he debate other than his own channel? I don't know. I told Q-Top a long time ago he wanted to come on my channel. I said, you're not allowed to come on my channel until you publicly say that it's not okay to marry children. And by children, I mean under the age of 18. And he refuses to do it. I told him on multiple occasions, until you do that, until you say that publicly, you're not coming up to debate me on my channel. And therefore, we've never had a debate. So, and I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I don't draw too many lines in the sand, but I do draw a line in the sand at debating pedos. Grim, thank you for the 49 super chat, says, just greens up you guys weekends from here on out, Justin. Look at the tree destroyed. You know what? I went through a drive and was in a shaded wooded area, and I nearly converted halfway through the drive. I had to get out of there pretty quick.
Too many trees.
Way too many trees. Here's a question for Blitz. It says, what came before the Big Bang? Destroyed. Cooked.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I guess my Christian no.
We're all theists now.
Q-Top
And-
has me blocked because I said that I fucked his mom.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Do you remember the one time you and I were debating him, and then I was like doing like prep for like the atheist experience. I was doing like the like starting like induction meeting for them, so I had to go on mute. But then you got kicked, so then it was just me sitting up there silently while he was like, unmute your microphone, Ian, unmute your microphone. Eventually he kicked me, and then I came back later and I was like, sorry, I didn't unmute Q-Top. I was too busy fucking your mom. And then he kicked me, blocked me, and he won't. He now will never talk to me again.
Oh,
love it.
I should say that just to get him to block me.
That's a free hack for all of you out there. If you want Q-Top to block you, say that you fucked his mom.
Amazing. Doug Brown, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm grateful to be able to watch the triumvirate of truth in action. Well, thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. And because of you, I actually know what that word means now, because last time you said you used that phrase, we had to go look it up. But it's the Roman phrase for three ruling entities, like three men in power, three men or women in power, right?
Well, let's be real, they were men in Rome.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
like-
that seems to be the case. And Daniel says, I heard Ian is vegan. Does he have psychic powers? I didn't know those were connected.
Not yet, not yet. I haven't ascended to that level yet.
Indeed. Maybe soon once he gets in touch with his third eye. Dr. David says, I'm hardened by Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Great job, y'all. Well, thank you, Dr. Dave. I appreciate that. And thanks for being here and supporting the channel. And Nathaniel says, huge fan, y'all. Ian, or anyone, I suppose. What do you think about this Grim Reaper paradox with Kalam? I'm writing a paper to apply for MA philosophy.
Yeah, I think the Reaper paradox is one of the better ones. I think that it's definitely tricky, although I think you can construct like parity arguments that demonstrates that it's not a problem. I think the position or like the response written by Detroyer and Joe Schmidt is really good. The idea that you could also likewise turn a lot of these like Grim Reaper paradoxes, you could assemble an equivalent like parity argument or what they call a companions and guilt argument by turning it into like a circular set of Reapers and kind of like demonstrating how it would lead to the exact same thing, but certainly like a circle of Reapers is no problem.
Interesting.
Or alternatively, you can't have circles of Reapers. Checkmate, atheists.
Show me the evidence for Reapers.
By the way, I saw the funniest, some guy with like, 8 viewers or something. He was trying to bring up, his background said that like atheists are the most irrational religious group or most irrational group or whatever. And, I was busy. I was on a plane, or I was about to get on a plane, but I just wanted to bring up Scientology because, like, I don't even think Christians would say that Scientologists are more, because they don't, like, right? Am I wrong here?
I don't know.
Well,
You got to be careful. Zeno will fuck you up. He'll put
Bro,
1,000 thetans in you.
Maybe for next April Fools, we'll run like a Scientology is true live, and then in order to hear the argument, you need to Venmo me like $50.
That's so funny. Damn it. I wish I had thought of that first.
I'll
Yeah,
put
to get
together
to
some
premise
soup
1 is
cans
going to be
we can hold.
$50.
Premise 2 is $100 in the conclusion. Well, that's going to cost you a lifetime membership.
Unbelievable. Miss Pickles, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, of course, John was an Eastern Orthodox Christian. That does explain why he doesn't really read the Bible all that much. But to be fair, at least he understood that the Bible needed to have some sort of veracity behind it. It says he refuses to read the Bible, makes claims of historical accuracy, and then flops. John, either you read your Bible and know it or keep your mouth shut. Well, to be fair, he did come around once we started showing him some stuff. He was really nice about it. I remember being really young and being kind of in the apology game. And I remember walking into chat forums back in the day when chat forums was a thing, and like making claims of the same type and then having to get corrected. It's just one of those things where, like, if your pastor or all of your pastors have told you this thing repeatedly, and you're like, well, I trust that guy. That's the guy that went to school. He knows what he's talking about. Then you're going to spit that out in the wrong place eventually and hope that nobody catches you. And unfortunately today he got caught, Pablo says, I'd rather believe in D&D gods than the Abrahamic God. At least those are honest assholes. I could agree with you there. I really could. And geez. Thank you for the 50 NOK. Says, OMD, Ian is like the incarnation of pure sarcasm. What a beast. I'm in love. And he does sarcasm really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He really does.
I try my best.
And thank you for joining to be an unapologist, Charissa. And TTV says, watch and enjoy a cup of Blue Jay fan tears this morning. I don't know. Canada's pretty friendly. I don't think they're going to give... if I know anything about Canada, they're going to shake the opposing team's hand and say, good job. You know what I mean? And Chino says, triumvirate? Trifecta. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Chino. I appreciate that.
Trinity, maybe?
Maybe. Trinity, triumvirate, trifecta? The Trinity of Trinities? I don't know. We'll have to work on that. Tim, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, when Q-Top renounces child essay, I will become a believer. That it's not gonna happen. You're safe. Don't worry about that. And we're out of super chats, but we've got 5, count them, 5 unapologetic gifted memberships from Charissa. Thank you so much.
Charissa?
That is huge. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I really do appreciate that. And also, we have 2 new members, Hassel Class 56. Thank you so much, and MS Cat 420. Big W. Thank you so much for joining, friends. Welcome to the team. All right, and as I was saying that, we got one from RD Kill. It says the number of channels I have subscribed to in order to support you people is getting ridiculous. Well, thank you, RD. Yeah, that is the case. There's a bunch of channels, but we really appreciate it. We really do.
Absolutely.
It's the support from the people that make our channels even possible. Let's get Dina into the conversation now and see if we can keep the train rolling. Dina, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Oh, no, I don't believe in God. I'm a humanist. Okay, I'm an atheist. Absolutely. Ian, I enjoyed listening to you so much. And could you tell me again your statement on morality? It's self-respect and self-knowing, and what else did you say? It's
Yeah,
something that I want
sure.
to remember.
Yep. I should make I say this all the time. I should make a Substack post on this. But it's like an ongoing process of developing the argument. But how it stands right now is that we take actions because we're aiming at things. Like you do things to try to achieve other things. If it's like an action that you're doing intentionally, if it's a rational action, the ultimate goal that everybody's aiming at is a good life. But a good life would be completely satisfying from your own perspective. It needs to be one that you're satisfied with, one that you respect. So a good life is going to require self-respect. Self-respect requires self-understanding. If you don't know yourself, then you can't respect yourself. So you need to understand yourself. And what that includes is understanding who you are as an individual, how you differ from other humans, how you're the same as other humans, understanding like the important features of human life. But in order to fairly evaluate other people, that requires you to be fair. If your evaluations aren't fair, then you haven't properly evaluated other people, which means that you haven't properly evaluated or understood yourself. So if you don't fairly evaluate other people, then you don't have self-understanding, which means that you also don't have self-respect, which means that you don't have a good life, which means that everybody needs to be fairly evaluating other people. And then in order to not undermine your own evaluations, you need to act on those evaluations. So everybody
Absolutely,
must
I agree
be
with
fair.
you articulate that so very much. The other thing I wanted to add, guys, is I talked to a biblical scholar the other day on a live. Oh my God, so interesting. And what I learned from this person, he said that they really don't know who the authors of John, Matthew, and Luke are. Okay. He also said that there is no evidence that Jesus ever existed. I brought up the Dead Sea Scrolls. He said Jesus is not mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he went on to say that most biblical scholars are, in fact, atheists because of the controversy and the lack of evidence that exists that these writings can even be, how can I say, confirmed. So
So,
it's
Dina, Dina,
yes.
we do
Yes.
appreciate what you're saying, and we agree with almost all of it. But this isn't the space for it. We are looking for
Oh,
opposition,
sorry.
so we are going to let you go. You're fine, Dina, but
Oh,
thank you
wait a
so much
minute.
for being here.
One question for you.
Love you, Dina. Gotta go though.
Oh,
Sorry
no.
about that. We gotta.
If you
we're
want
here-
Dr. Blitz's answer, get in the
Tuesdays
super
and
chat.
Wednesdays.
Get in the super chat. Oh, or Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, that too.
Or just DM him. Dr. Blitz actually answers messages.
Yeah. Unlike
Yeah.
unlike me or Justin.
Yeah.
Friend, I love you,
Oh.
but if you send me a message on TikTok, Facebook, or Instagram, or any social media, I will not be answering it. I have an email address and I have Discord for official business. Those are the only 2 places I check messages. I can't keep up with the rest of them. Let's
Yeah.
grab a couple of super chats. So we'll get, it looks like Alex in here next. Herbie, good to see you this morning. Says watching Ian Logic is a thing of beauty, and I agree. Few people do it better than Ian.
Thank you.
And Rock Hard for Doug, great to see you this morning. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says today's plan after this, biscuits and gravy. You couldn't have a better plan. In fact, I would make biscuits and gravy while I'm watching. I couldn't wait to eat biscuits and gravy. The minute the thought enters my head, I have to make it. The second half of arguably one of Justin's greatest lives from Halloween, and then Chiefs football. Rock Hard for Doug, Sinfully Wet for Sharon. Love y'all. Well, thank you so much for sharing your plans with us and for letting us know you're going to watch the Halloween stream. The Halloween stream was a ton of fun. We didn't get as much opposition as we expected, but it was still a good time. Good to see you, Rock Hard. And Bree says, I love watching. You are my favorite Holy Trinity. Well, thank you, Bree. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Unashamed says Ian's pro wrestler name is Sarcasmo.
Grr.
And last one for now from our friend Teresa again says, just for pronouncing, I knew I would never pronounce it right. Just for pronouncing Carissa, it's like a K, like Carissa. Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm just pronouncing it as I see it, but thank you for the correction. It's locked in the memory. I'll know this for the future.
Yeah, lock in, Justin.
Fucking focus up. I forgot my smelling salts. Hold on. No, we really appreciate the letting us know that the correct pronunciation of your name, because we don't want to, we don't want to dishonor your name. All right, let's get Alex in here from the queue. We've got one person waiting in the YouTube queue. We'll grab the YouTube queue after Alex. Alex,
how's it going?
Hi, how's it going, guys? How are you doing?
Very well.
Doing okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Alex, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I am, and I do. Just wanted to pick up on one thing that Ian said there earlier in regards to fair evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
So, what if someone's not capable of fair evaluation?
Then they're probably just not capable of living a good life. And I think everybody can evaluate more fairly. Like, even if you can't or evaluate like perfectly fairly 100% of the time, which is probably realistic for most people, they're not going to be able to. But you should be trying to evaluate fairly as much as you can. You should have a commitment towards fair evaluations. If you're just utterly incapable of evaluating anything fairly, then you're probably just delusional. In fact, I'd go a step farther. If you can't evaluate a single thing fairly, you're probably crazy.
Okay, so you think disabled people are crazy and they can't live a good life?
Hold on. I didn't say all disabled people. What I'm saying is that if you can't do a single
We have to cancel you now, Ian. I'm sorry.
Wait,
we have to cancel you now.
Ian,
I disavow.
Ian,
I
disavow.
I said that.
Ian, let me speak. You're running away from the point here. You said that you need to be working in a way which you produce fair evaluation. You need to be fairly evaluating as much as possible.
Yep,
Now, if you see
disposed
someone
towards
who's not
it, yeah.
capable- Yeah. And then you also said if you're not working towards that goal, then you're delusional or crazy. Those are your words. So some people aren't capable of fairly evaluating just on the basis of their dysfunctional neuroscience, for example, people who are mentally disabled, right? So according to your logic, they're not able to live in a way that achieves the good life. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, if you can't even understand yourself because you can't evaluate a single thing fairly, then yeah, you can't live a good life. You don't even understand your life.
Okay, can you act fairly without evaluating fairly?
Certainly you can, but in order to act fairly, it needs to be done, or in order to act fairly in like the relevant way here, the important thing is that you have the disposition towards evaluating and acting fairly. You can certainly act in ways that you're not disposed to acting, but what actually matters is that you have the disposition towards it. Otherwise, you're unreliable, which means that your self-evaluations are likewise unreliable.
Okay, can children evaluate fairly?
Sometimes. I don't think many children are disposed towards
How can you
it,
distinguish
but
between whether they can or cannot?
yeah, whether or not they're capable of actually discerning relevant distinctions between themselves and others, if they are presented with two cases and they can identify the way that this person should be treated or the way that they would treat this person, and it's just completely inconsistent, then that's going to be an example of an unfair evaluation. Whereas if they're treating people differently based on relevant features, like they're identifying this person gets treated this way because of this feature, that person who has the same feature would likewise get treated this way. If they're capable of actually evaluating the features and then treating people in ways that are consistent, then that would be a fair evaluation.
Right, so you think that like a 10-year-old child can fairly evaluate in the same way that a 50-year-old adult, for example, could fairly evaluate?
Probably not, because it takes like a lot of life experience.
No,
If
I'm
on
asking
like
if
on the
could
case
they-
of like an individual evaluation, I think like a 10-year-old in an individual evaluation might be able to. I certainly don't think that they have like an all-encompassing disposition towards this sort of thing, though.
Yeah, we're not talking
Because
about
that takes like
all-encompassing
quite a bit of time in
disposition.
order
You're
to
adding that
develop.
to the equation. You're adding that
What?
to the equation. You're
Sorry,
adding
what?
an all-encompassing disposition to the equation.
That
You didn't
is
say
the
that
moral
originally.
system. It's virtue ethics. Virtue ethics is entirely about the dispositions. That is what a
Using a
virtue is,
fair
by the way.
evaluation
It's the
according to your
disposition to act in a
statement.
specific way for a specific reason with a specific feeling. The system, the core of it is dispositions. What I said earlier, if you were listening, is that you need the disposition to evaluate things fairly. You can certainly have fair evaluations minus the disposition, but it's very unlikely that like a child, it's pretty implausible that like a 10-year-old would have a fully developed disposition to treating people fairly.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Well, why do you need the disposition? You can evaluate fairly without being disposed to fairly evaluate. You can be evaluating fairly, but being predisposed to being a selfish, fair evaluator. So why do you need that disposition?
Yeah, that's absolutely a really good question. It comes down to reliability. In order to live the good life, the key component that fairness gives you is self-evaluation, like a fair self-evaluation. But in order to know that you have a fair self-evaluation, you of course would need the disposition to evaluate fairly. Otherwise, if you don't have that, you're unreliable. You can't reliably evaluate yourself. You can't reliably evaluate others, which means that you're not going to be able to have reliable self-knowledge, which means that you certainly don't have a good foundation for self-respect. And if you don't know yourself, then you can't respect the self, which means you can't live a good life.
You're saying reliably though, but reliably isn't like a necessary condition.
Certainly it is. If your evaluations are unreliable, then they're also unjustified.
Wait, they can be unreliable but still correct.
Yeah, but it's a question of knowledge. Knowledge requires justification. The classical philosophical definition of knowledge is a justified true belief. If your evaluations of yourself or others are unreliable, then even if they're correct, they're still unjustified. If you are disposed to not liking a person on the basis of, I don't know, their skin tone, and you evaluate them negatively, it's possible that this person deserves a negative evaluation due to some characteristic that they genuinely do possess, but your evaluations aren't justified. You might have stumbled onto the correct answer, but it has nothing to do with you as an evaluative agent. You can believe a true thing without a justification for believing it. That doesn't qualify as knowledge.
Right, so people that aren't capable of justifying their actions aren't able to therefore be truly moral agents, would you say?
Do you think that's what I said?
Yeah, I think it is, actually.
Yeah, that's not what I said. So what I said is that in order to be a truly moral agent, or in order to live the good life, you're going to need self-knowledge, which requires your judgments to be justified. You don't need to, whether or not you're able to verbally articulate these justifications is another question. But if insofar as you're a reliable agent, then your evaluations are going to be justified evaluations.
Yeah, exactly.
And if they're unreliable, then certainly you're not a reliable judge of character, which means that you're not going to be able to have any justification in your evaluations.
Correct. Can you tell me what I said?
What you said specifically, wasn't it?
You can just say you don't know.
It was justifications. Sorry, your summary of it was that you need to be able to justify it, but justify it is separate from justification. You can have a justification for a belief without being able to verbally articulate it.
Yeah, that's not what I said. You weren't
You didn't
listening.
say you need to be able to justify it. That's not what you said.
No, a moment ago, what I just said is that according to your belief, justification is required in order to be a moral agent.
You said justify it, but sure, that is if what you're saying now is in fact my
So what's
belief,
the
but you
difference?
specifically said justify it because justifying is the ability to verbalize it, whereas a justification is an epistemic property that is like you have
Wait,
some sort of
what?
reason to believe. The question of whether or not you can articulate the reason to believe is a separate one. For example, you could have
Why are
like
you
a
bringing
really
it
good
in
reason
then?
to think that
What?
you have hands, even if you can't contend with like somebody who's read a ton of papers on philosophy about like epistemic skepticism. You still have that reason.
Wait, why are you bringing in these random terms? And also, why are you talking about articulation?
Sorry,
What's the
which term
physics
did I
to
use
it?
that was too big for you?
You're bringing in the term, the ability to articulate the belief. How is that
That's
relevant
what
to
I
the
said like 3 or 4
discussion?
times. Were you not listening?
I
I've
was
said that. I've been
listening.
saying like the ability to articulate for the last like 4 minutes.
Oh wait, so you think justification
Justin,
is
can
the
you turn up
ability
Alex?
to articulate?
Unfortunately, I can't. He's on TikTok.
Okay, then Alex, you have to speak up because people can't hear you.
Sorry, you said that justification is the ability to
You just got quieter.
articulate. I feel like I'm talking. I feel like I'm talking quite loudly, no?
No.
All right. Well, I'll come back in a couple minutes.
Okay. You have a sleeping
Okay.
baby? Okay.
All right, let's move on to our next guest, shall we?
Indeed. We got just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Pablo, good to see you. Thank you for the 20,000 COP. Says, I would love to debate you all, but I think we could only debate about who is the best.
It's Karlak.
I can't read
Companion.
the word because
It's
I think it's
companion.
companion. Yeah, in Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate or those companions, but Pablo, unfortunately, we're not debating games. We are debating. Well, we are debating games if we include the Bible. But nevertheless, yeah, we appreciate you being here, Pablo. And Cynthia says, I'm here. I'm here to hear you destroy Phil Bros. Hail Satan. There's a lot of people that love nothing more than watch Ian give Phil Bros like a dose of their own medicine.
It's funny, right? Because I feel like between the three of us, we have very different audiences for what they're hoping to see. Because like you can go look at Justin's comments on his videos, and it's like, I love seeing Justin destroy people with the Bible because they don't even know it. And then if you go look at Ian's, it's like, I love seeing Ian smack people down with philosophy. And then if you go look at mine, it's like, I love seeing Blitz beat people up with science. Like clearly we've all cultivated an audience, and so people who are watching this will often be like, there are people in the comments like, get this Phil bro off. Ian is so annoying. I want to hear about the Bible. It's like you have three audiences here, y'all. You can't like ask for just one thing. There's three. You're all different.
And to be fair, like I don't like talking to Phil Bros, but I love Ian talking to Phil Bros. When Ian talks to Phil Bros, like it gets actually satisfying because Ian can explain a lot of the arguments without getting needlessly bogged down by like a jargon that's not actually all that useful. But he does know all the jargon. And Dre, thank you for the 66 pounds. I think those are British pounds. We appreciate that. And Lord, thank you for the $10 super chat. Has been watching you three separately for a bit and only just found out about this over the weekend. Thank you for the work and making an atheist hillbilly proud and laugh a little bit. I appreciate that. And don't mind my cat. My cat is he's trying to join the conversation. He's an atheist as well. He just wants to pitch in. Jay says, you don't believe how long it took me, or sorry, you won't believe how long it took me as a Hindu to become an atheist. I'd actually be curious to know. I had to sequentially stop believing in millions of gods. Love you guys. Oh man, that would be hard. Actually, I think polytheism makes more sense than monotheism. If I had to like land on a god belief, I think polytheism makes the world around us a little bit more rational. Jake out, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. It says, I asked Google, lie about 666, and it stated it as not a lie and that it's in the Bible. LOL. Then it states, some thinks it's about Nero. Ignorance is bliss. Some, meaning like almost all scholars of the Book of Revelation. And Jake out says,
Is that
rock
a
hard for
kitten?
Doug. It is a kitten, and
How
this
old
cat,
is that kitten?
is only 3 months, and his brother's
That's
around
adorable.
here somewhere, and they're obsessed with climbing on top of my head. He's trying to get on top of my head right now. He wants to
I've
be
decided that my cat is a demon who won't let me sleep, and like, oh, she's so awful. My wife was up until I woke up because she was trying to keep the cat from making noise.
Oh yeah. You know what?
And then I woke up and I was trying to keep the cat from making noise to make sure it's like with the baby, I've heard.
Cat, yeah, it's true. Cats are not good nighttime sleepers. They romp around and make noises. My dog used to sleep through the night. MS
Yeah.
Cat, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate it. Why are you flashing everyone your butthole? All right, I think that's all of our super chat. Thank you.
It's called
so
an
much, friends.
asterisk.
Asterisk, that's what it is. We've had a couple people waiting to get in on our TikTok queue. Unfortunately, I don't know who came in first, so I apologize if you've been waiting longer than others. I'm just grabbing at random here. Oh, and they dropped, so that's not going to work. We'll try the next one. Jordan. Welcome in, Jordan.
Hello, thank you.
Jordan, are you at least 18? And do you believe in
Yeah.
God?
Yeah,
All right, and is it a specific God or a generic God?
Jesus.
Cool, so you're a Christian?
Yep.
Dope. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I was listening and I wrote down 3 points for Ian that I want to address on child cancer because I mean that could be an evidence, right?
So, like
'Cause,
the
you know, if
problem
you
of
care-
evil, basically, or
Is this RC?
Yeah.
it sounds like
No.
him a little bit.
Huh?
I don't think it's RC. I think
He's not-
RC stands on business.
Yeah, he's not.
I don't think
ignorant to
RC
the
would come in with like a fake name.
Yeah, okay. Just sounds like him. Anyway, sorry,
Okay,
go ahead.
so I have three. I wrote down 3 points for Ian, but you know anybody can answer. So, first point is rebellious children often think their parents are evil and throw temper tantrums when they don't get what they want, but they later realize that their parents weren't evil and had good intentions for their actions, right? And I think that's what's happening with you and child cancer. People like you are rebellious children who like
of
default
course.
assume God is evil and there can't be an explanation.
Yeah, of
We
course.
need child
And
cancer.
you are like
you
an
know
ignorant
that?
little boy throwing
So-
a temper tantrum because he
So
doesn't
then
understand
maybe I
why
can just
you
ask
can't
you the
have
question that
cookies
I
for
asked the other
breakfast.
person. If you had the power to make it all disappear, would you?
No.
I think that's crazy. I think that's actually like psychotic.
Should we shut down St. Jude's?
Should we go to St. Jude's and tell all the kids there that God doesn't love them?
No, I'm asking you. Should we shut down St. Jude's? If the child cancer is from God, we shouldn't be solving it, right?
No, I think God creates like struggle for a greater purpose, right?
Ah, so
And
we need
part
the
of
baby
that is
cancer.
healing each other. Pardon?
So God's only way to teach us how to be human beings is to give babies cancer.
I think there's a greater purpose for all of it.
Like
yeah.
what?
I mean, what's the alternative that
Like
like
what?
life has no meaning and God doesn't love you?
Well, we don't believe
Well-
that God exists, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah. What's the
if
alternative
God
to
did
Superman
exist, he
exist
definitely
or
doesn't
to
love kids
Superman
with cancer,
existing?
right?
What, you think Superman isn't going to save you? You think Superman doesn't love you? Like, yeah, that's the view, right? I mean, certainly you can create your own meaning,
Yeah, that's
but
my point. Yeah, just like a kid assumes, right, that their parent is evil because they can't have cookies for breakfast or they took their phone away. My mom's a monster. She hates me. How could you do this? Right?
Well,
just like
I'll
a
tell
little
you
you're
what-
not
kid
going to
doesn't
be
understand.
able to convince me
Just like
that
we
curing
didn't
cancer is
understand.
the wrong thing to do. Like your position, you're like making fun of me for taking the stance that I would cure cancer if I had the ability to. You're not going to be able to shame me out of the position that curing cancer is the morally correct thing to do.
Yeah. I would
Right,
also
you're
add
so
that the
convinced
baby
you're right.
cancer is
You're
not the
so
same as
convinced.
having your phone taken away. If God took away
Also-
our
How
do
phones,
you
I
know?
think I'd be okay with that. But
To be
if
clear,
baby's cancer
being
is a different
convinced-
story.
Being convinced you're right doesn't make you wrong.
No, but I'm saying be humble, right? Like, what do you know about creating a universe? Nothing, really. You know,
Well,
you-
neither does
in the
God,
grand
right?
scheme of
The
eternity,
motherfucker
you're
doesn't
like a toddler.
exist.
You
The mother.
okay?
God is also incapable of having
But-
knowledge, by the way.
So you assume God has to create a universe where it's just everything perfect all the time. Like,
Did I say that?
Where's my martini, Jesus? If
Did I
my
say that?
martini doesn't get here in 5 minutes, Jesus.
Did
you're
anyone
evil.
say that?
Wow, crazy
That's-
straw
I mean-
man.
Because you're not allowed to create a universe with any suffering.
expect
Like if
that
you
from a
stub your toe,
Christian.
then that means God hates you.
I don't think I said that. I don't
If
think
you
anyone
stub your
said
toe, does
that.
that mean God hates you?
I don't think I said that.
Well, where's the line? Like, are you allowed to
Yeah.
have any suffering in it? Oh,
Certainly, right? Like if the suffering leads
How much?
to some sort of like, there's like a lot of good that can only come out of suffering. So, for example,
So
like
you
the good
support
of
suffering? You're a
overcoming
monster. How could
adversity
you?
is going to be the type of good that would be justified, right? Like the suffering required to like understand like quantum mechanics is going to be attached to the good of the triumph when you finally do. There are a lot of instances of suffering that I do think are justifiable. It's just that these
Wow.
ones are like definitely not at the
You're
threat
a
of
monster.
skepticism.
If I made a universe, everybody would have $1 million in a mansion. So, like, you're, dude,
Jordan, didn't you
support suffering? You're a
Didn't you
monster.
already say that you were a Christian? Did I hear that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, your God already prefers a world without suffering. That's why Revelation 21 states that there's not going to be any when the heavenly kingdom comes to the earth. There's going to be no more pain, no more suffering, no more sorrow. Whatever mechanism he's using to allow that to happen, he could have just done here. This is a nonsensical idea.
Justin, I am
Why-
I
I
am
mean-
experiencing a lot of cuteness aggression right now.
I'm sorry, I can't stop him.
You shouldn't.
But who are you to say that, maybe 6,000 years of suffering is the perfect amount? Maybe,
To be
why not?
clear, do you think that the Earth is 6,000 years old?
Yeah, Blitz, we were just talking about this. I was in your live like a while ago.
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh,
I have
no,
two
no, no.
more
I
points.
remember you actually. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
I have two more points though.
Yeah, I'm sure you're winning a lot of
Okay.
souls for Christ with the first one. Actually, cancer is good. What's your second point?
So yeah, okay. Do you think it's impossible that God loves kids with cancer? Like if God exists, do you think it would be impossible that God loves kids with cancer?
No, but actually, yeah, sure. I mean, if God existed, then I do think that it's possible for him to have a higher reason, but I think it's unlikely, which is why it's evidence against him. The fact that kids have cancer isn't supposed to be the decisive proof. It's supposed to be an evidential disproof.
Okay, so that's good at least. I mean, because that's, hypothetically your idea sounds great, but when you're actually talking to people who are like really suffering, God is the only thing that gives them hope, right? And then so if
You're
saying,
describing
like,
cope.
Hey, little Timmy, I know you're about to unalive, but just remember, God definitely doesn't love you.
I would
So, like,
steamroll
there's no
little
hope
Timmy
for
in a
you.
debate about
So-
God's existence, to be clear. God, I'd walk into the St. Jude's Hospital, premise one.
You have cancer. Premise 2. If God exists, you wouldn't have cancer.
Good news, little Timmy. There is no God. You'll never see your family again, and God definitely doesn't love you.
Yeah.
Thank you, atheism. Anyway,
This doesn't seem like an argument for theism. It seems like an
Yeah.
argument for cope.
Yeah, right now I have premise 1, wah, premise 2, boo-hoo. If you want to cope, then
I just think
cope,
it's
but
possible
don't say
God
that it's
loves,
real.
Loves kids with cancer. Like if I see a little kid suffering, I'll be like, you know what? Despite your struggle, God loves you. Just like you think with quantum
Struggle.
physics,
Struggle.
despite the
A struggle is when you
physics
try to
of
ride a bicycle up a steep hill. Dying of brain cancer is not a struggle, my guy.
really?
Yeah,
Not a
Yeah, you're,
struggle.
yeah, you're
it's
dead.
it's a lot worse.
Okay.
I think it's
a lot
quite a bit
worse.
more than a
Are
struggle.
you gonna tell that to the kid with cancer too? You're not struggling. Hey, little Timmy, you're not struggling. God
Yeah, you're
doesn't love
suffering.
you. Go read a science textbook, okay? The last thing you should read before you die is quantum physics. Like, anyway, third point.
Little Timmy, what's your refutation to wave function monism?
Yeah, exactly. Like the last words, I don't know. Should everyone stop having kids to prevent cancer?
No.
Not having kids
So
wouldn't
you
prevent
support
cancer.
increasing the
People would
total
still get
amount of-
cancer.
Yeah, that wouldn't fix it.
Pardon?
People would still get cancer.
If everybody just stopped having kids, then yeah, I would. And
No,
then
no,
boom,
people.
cancer gone, we did.
Adults get cancer too, right?
Yeah, but I'm
So
specifically
people
talking
would
about-
still get cancer, even if everybody stopped having kids.
But if everybody stops having, eventually there will be no cancer. I mean, that's how that
So
works. right?
if
You
what
need
you're
to-
saying is
so-
people should stop having kids so that there's no more people and therefore there would be no more cancer, I think the question then is, what's more valuable, people or people not existing and not having cancer.
Yeah. The reason why cancer is bad is not because there's like some sort of like intrinsic wrongness. It's because it leads to people dying. You know, the fact that people are going to have cancer, some of them, if you bring them into existence, doesn't mean that you shouldn't bring people into existence, because if you didn't do that, then you would be losing out on something that's also valuable.
Right. So it's like almost like it's worth it, despite the suffering. Right. It's almost
Yeah.
like it's worth it to bring people in the world, knowing they're going to suffer, despite their suffering.
Well, to be clear,
like ultimately, it's
what's
actually
worth
a good
it-
thing to bring.
to be
people
clear,
into
what's
a
worth
world
it is
full of
bringing
suffering.
people into the world,
Yeah.
knowing that the odds of cancer are low. If you knew that your child was going to be born with Tay-Sachs disease, for example, which is a heritable disease that you can check for genetically before they're born, and is fatal 100% of the time, and you still chose to bring that child into the world, you still chose to put the sperm into the egg and the fertilization procedure in the lab or whatever, and then implant it, then you're a bad person. Yeah, I would say so.
Right, so you're okay with a little bit of child cancer, like keep having kids. You know, a little bit of child cancer is fine. Keep bringing the kids here.
Well, no, it's something that we
okay,
should
that's interesting,
prevent,
'cause when
but
God-
so far, given like the laws of nature, it's unavoidable.
It's definitely avoidable if you just stop having kids. So I mean, it's
But
avoidable.
that would lose
for
out
sure.
on something else that's morally valuable.
Right, so bring the kids in. I'm okay with the cancer. I'll take the cancer, is what you're saying.
The cancer is bad and we should be working against it, but the solution to the cancer is not to stop having kids. This isn't that complicated. There are two morally relevant
would be a
things
solution
here.
to the cancer,
The
though.
existence of future generations is, of course, morally valuable, and so is the stopping of cancer, right? Cancer is like a really bad thing, and just because no longer having any kids would stop cancer, at least in like the long term, doesn't mean that that's the right thing to do, because there are other morally relevant features at play. It's really not that complicated.
Yeah, you support child cancer. I get it. You want more
That's
child
not what
cancer.
Okay, yeah, sure,
Right?
of course.
That's
yeah.
what you're saying.
That's
You're saying
exactly
bring
what
the
I
kids
said,
in, have more
Jordan.
kids.
And Jordan,
know,
I know
it's
that
fine.
you're an extremely good faith interlocutor, but I'm worried about your credibility, Jordan, your ethos. I'm worried that when you say things like, you support childhood cancer, people might think
Well,
that
if
you're a
I
bit
made
of
a
a
world, there'd
bad
be no
faith
kids with
straw
cancer,
manning
and everybody would have $1
scumbag.
billion.
Also, you unironically think cancer is all things considered good. I just don't know what position you think you're in to be making claims like this.
Well, I just didn't know I was talking to a child cancer supporter. I thought some of us were like more
yeah.
elevated people that didn't support child cancer.
Yeah,
but,
of
like,
course. That is
I thought there were some
exactly what
people
I
out there that
believe.
weren't
Yeah.
okay
Wait a
with
minute,
cancer.
Jordan, didn't
But
you
some-
just a
it's
minute
like
ago say
suddenly-
that you wouldn't
like when
push the
God
button to
gives
remove
kids
child
cancer,
cancer?
It's like,
Yeah, of
it's
course.
like horrible, but when
He's
you
trying to
Jordan,
project it
parents
onto
do
us. He
That's kinda
realized that he
weird.
bit such a stupid, horrible bullet, and now the only thing that he can try to do is say, no you, no you.
It's just, I mean, there's a double
I take
standard
it back.
there, right?
This guy is angry and childish enough to be RC. This guy's a clone.
It just seems like you were the one who said that you wouldn't push the button to prevent child cancer.
And neither would you.
Oh, I would push the button to
course we
prevent child
would.
cancer.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
even think
absolutely.
about it.
So
I'd
then
jump
against
on it.
childbirth, right? Because the button's right there.
Well, no,
Everybody
that's
can
not what the
press it.
button is, though.
Yeah. The button just makes cancer disappear,
You just
right?
said you
The,
would
the
just
button
like
isn't
keep
a
on
button that
stop.
just like eliminates all life on Earth. That's not what the button is. The button is one that makes all cancer
it gets
disappear,
rid of
but the
cancer,
people are
and
still
it's right
there.
there.
So if there was a button in front of me that made all people disappear, well, certainly I wouldn't push that button. But if there was a button in front of me where all the people stayed, but all the cancer disappeared, then yeah, I would push that button.
Okay.
But you wouldn't push either of them.
No. No. Because
Yeah,
I mean,
which is
I
why
don't
your
think-
morals are insane and our morals are like based in normal pilled.
I don't even know what your morals are, right? Because you say you're okay with a little bit of suffering.
Well,
Like that's
my
arbitrary,
morals,
right?
my morals make it so that I am obligated to push the anti-cancer button when presented. That's what my morals are. It's actually the one moral law that I think is objectively true.
Okay, but only if
Only if it keeps the people alive, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I think actually if you zoom in on the quarks that make up the DNA in the atom, I think it'll write out in every single language known to man, push the cancer button that gets rid of the cancer but keeps the people around. I think that's actually written on the fabric of the universe.
but you're okay with
yeah.
a little bit of suffering, you said, right?
In circumstances, yeah.
How much?
It's going to depend on the morally relevant features. You would need to give me a situation because I'm a moral particularist.
But then how come you're allowed to support suffering but God isn't?
Of course,
You're
God
okay
is
with
allowed
all
to
the
support suffering, but horrific, widespread, horrendous suffering with no discernible reason about like the sort of good that comes out of it, and lots of reasons to think that there's no good that comes out of it. Well, in circumstances like this, we just have a really good reason to think that God doesn't exist. It's a question of evidence.
And Ian's not all powerful. If Ian was all powerful, had all the powers of God, I'm assuming there wouldn't be suffering.
Well, there certainly wouldn't be cancer. There'd be like there'd be like a twinge of suffering in some circumstances, right? Like certainly the only way to have the good of overcoming adversity is to have some sort of adversity. But yeah, of course, like no one's getting like bone cancer.
So you're just saying it's, a little bit of suffering, I get it. Like there's a greater purpose, it makes sense. But too much suffering, all of a sudden, that's just, somewhere
too
along
much.
the line, it just became too much.
And
I don't
you know,
know
a little bit of iron is good for your a little bit of iron, it's good for your health. It's good for your blood. It lets you transport oxygen in your red blood cells. But you're saying that if you dropped a 10,000 kilogram block of iron on you, you would be against that?
So where's the line then? Where exactly is the line?
Between a little bit and cancer.
I
Yeah,
can
it
tell you
depends on
where
the
my line
circumstance.
is. My line is any suffering that's not necessary.
What does that mean? How do you determine what is necessary and what's not?
It just means it couldn't be any other way. Like, so for example, if it's not clear that earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, and child bone cancer are necessary for anything, I would include that in the category of unnecessary suffering.
Yeah.
Like, and you believe in an all-powerful God, don't you? Is your God all-powerful?
Yeah.
Is your God capable then to accomplish his will without the suffering?
I would say obviously not. I mean, he got
Then he's not
crucified, right?
all-powerful, it sounds like. Yeah, he did. He got himself hung.
Why? Clearly, it's necessary in some way. Otherwise
you can't demonstrate that. That's just the claim.
Is bro a
That's
necessitarian?
the cope.
Based in
Maybe
necessitarian.
this would be a fun question. Jordan,
that's my
I got a
first
question
point.
for you. How do you know that God didn't manufacture the Bible as a hoax for reasons that are beyond our comprehension?
It's possible, but it comes.
So
down
you're agnostic to whether or not the Bible is true?
Versus the Bible.
So
Is
you
it
are
possible, sure?
agnostic as to whether or not the Bible is true?
I mean, sure, if that's how you want to define it, but ultimately,
A
I'm
Christian
still
agnostic.
trusting Jesus, right?
I'm so.
I'm
Oh
still
wait.
trusting
Okay.
Jesus.
How do you
So,
know that God
did I
didn't
be wrong?
manufacture like the Jesus worship as a hoax to promote higher or greater goods in ways that we couldn't possibly comprehend?
Right. So that's just it's possible. It's just some theory from some random guy on TikTok. It could be true, but there's
So
also
you're
the claims in the
agnostic.
Bible, and I find them a lot more compelling than you. So
Sure. So
you know,
then
I'm
you're
gonna go-
agnostic as to whether or not
Bible.
Jesus is God.
If that's how if that under your definition, I don't. Yeah, sure.
Oh, cool. Then
Yeah.
you're agnostic.
Because I could be
Great.
wrong. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Dope.
Jordan, were you the guy who
Fine.
dropped out of university twice? I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking.
But I wanted to go back to my first point, which was you guys are assuming that, there is no purpose, there is no greater purpose, that it's unnecessary, that unnecessary suffering exists. And I think that's basically what a rebellious child do. Like, there doesn't seem to be much reflection there. It's just kind of like, surface level. Like, I want my iPhone now, I can't have it. Oh, I'm craving sugar. Why can't I have sugar right now? Like, that's kind of the level.
it's-
Where, God, why would you let these kids gouge their own eyes out because they got Lesch-Nyhan syndrome? Where?
Yeah, like
So
your default.
Jordan, the problem with your sad argument is you're assuming that this suffering is necessary, but you can't articulate what it's necessary for.
But you're assuming it's not necessary. So we're both
No.
just assuming, right?
Right.
And
We have
we're
like good
looking at the
evidence that
same
it's not
result.
necessary. We're making an evidential
Yeah.
claim.
Because if it was necessary, then we shouldn't be curing it. We shouldn't be curing any sicknesses. We shouldn't be designing buildings that could withstand earthquakes. We shouldn't be doing any of that stuff. We should just be letting it play out if it's necessary.
I don't know how that
so
follows.
deep down, you know it's not necessary, which is why you're okay with doctors existing.
I mean, that's like saying, you know, the Bible's full of stories of
do you see a
people,
doctor
like,
when you're sick?
starting. Yeah,
How do you
and there
know
was
that
doctors in
that
the
the
Bible
sickness?
too, so
How do you know that the sickness isn't necessary? Why go see a doctor when you're sick? It should be necessary. You need to engage in that suffering. You're withdrawing yourself from the will of God.
why can't it be necessary that you suffer and necessary that you go to the doctor? Why can't they both be?
Why is the
it,
doctor
like,
necessary?
one or the other? Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Why is the
bro.
doctor necessary?
Why not? I mean, who are you to?
Why
the
why
whole
not?
thing, right?
Powerful argument. Why not? Shit, I'm gonna see you in church Sunday, guys.
That's the whole thing, though. Right?
Why
Is
not?
Your basing
Almost as
baseline assumption
powerful
is-
as the companion argument. Nuh-uh.
Well, you said why. I mean, we're pretty much on the same level. Your default is to hate on God and hate on Jesus, right? And my default is to back him up, and you're
Yeah,
basically like a
but
rebellious.
Jesus was a
You're
liar and a
assuming that-
fraud. Why should I believe in this sky carcass, this cumulus zombie, who didn't fulfill a single prophecy, couldn't read his own book, didn't even care to quote it in Hebrew when he quoted it. He quoted it in Greek because he's a tool. Why would I believe that this guy is anything special?
Because your life is meaningless and you're gonna die, and that's why you stream about him all day, every day.
That's all he's got. Okay, so you don't
Yeah.
actually have an argument. You're just coping with the fact
I mean,
that
your
you
life is
can't
meaningless,
can't
right?
actually defend
that's
your
where you-
religion, and therefore, since you can't defend your religion, like you
cooperative.
have nothing else to do than to straw man the
Oh, you're
atheist
mad at it.
position.
Right. Yeah. So what's your purpose in life?
Now,
to
Jordan,
stream
just
about
because
Jesus and then
just because
die?
your life is meaningless doesn't mean mine is.
Well, you're streaming about Jesus on TikTok for money. I mean, is that your life's purpose? Is that what you dreamed of doing?
Well, my
I-
life's
actually,
purpose is the
I-
pursuit of truth.
Yeah.
So I think that this is part and parcel with that. You get to have lots of conversations. Usually they're with people who are like more thoughtful and respectful, but sometimes you get like a belligerent shitter that you get to like put down, which is fun. But there's lots of purpose in our lives.
Is that your purpose in life? That's
Yeah,
your
to
meaning?
pursue
Oh,
truth.
wow.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, that's great. So, stream on TikTok, debate with people. I mean, you asked why would you believe in Jesus? I'm saying because your life ultimately has no. You're gonna die, right? And then what? Right.
so
then
are you.
What's your
That's
purpose?
it.
In the
Yeah, so are you.
Right, but I have hope in Jesus, and you have nothing really at all.
Well, what I
Because
have
you're
is the
just
life that I get to
avoiding- you're
live.
like-
You have
I
a
have-
delusion,
Yeah.
and I get to make the most of the life that I get.
We have reality.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that
Make
you
the
believe a
most-
false thing. The thing that you believe
Stream
in
on TikTok, does
is
that make the most of it?
gibberish.
Run a Discord server and ask for money online. Is that your purpose in life?
My
Neither one of
purpose
us
is
have
truth, but
ever
maybe
asked
I've
for
slammed
money.
you so hard that you have a concussion because I've told you this twice and you still can't remember it. Or perhaps I've just pile drived you through the center of the earth that we popped out on the other side and you're just completely
Well,
lost.
this gives your life meaning right now. You're welcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, watching like a multi-level college dropout come to cry on a live stream brings me a lot of joy.
Yeah. Okay, well, keep it up, man. I'm so amazed with the work you've done. You know, you're gonna go down in the history books, bro. Like, this is just incredible. You know, your name will live long after you die. Everybody's gonna be talking about deconstruction.
Who cares?
Like, you know what I'm
Probably
saying?
not
Like,
the
it's
case. I also don't care.
like, why would I believe in Jesus? It's like, because what else are you doing? Like, nothing really.
I want to believe in
interesting.
things
What-
that are true. Do you have
Yeah.
anything that would lend itself to the idea that your religion is true? Or do you just believe it because
Yeah.
you grew up with it
Tons of stuff.
and like you're terrified of God not existing?
There's a lot of reasons, you know.
Name one.
Like what?
You know, the Bible's the best book of all time by far. Like in every
Certainly not the
category,
best book.
best-selling,
It's
the
full
most
of
studied.
lies.
That's why you're obsessed. You're obsessed with it, right? You talk about it every day because it's. The
I'm
best
obsessed
book
with it
ever.
because I live in a
You're not
country
talking
where
about,
tools like you believe it.
Yeah.
Why don't you stream about a science textbook? Because nobody will care. Because the Bible's
Why?
the best, and you
Why
know
would
it.
I?
That's why you talk about it all day.
The Bible's not the best.
Don't
Why you tell me
don't
that
ask
untrue?
what Dr. Blitz used to do.
I still
Yeah,
do
oh
it.
No. Oh no.
Right. So the Bible's the best book of all time. There's never
What
been
makes
a
it
book
the
like
best?
it. There will never.
What makes it the best?
It
What makes
weaves
it the
a
best?
story through history, right, in a way that no other book does. It connects you to nations.
This
Like
guy's never actually read a
Babylon,
book
Egypt,
before. I've got a whole
Rome,
book full of
Greece,
Babylonian
right?
literature. Yeah, I've got all
There's
those
no
too.
book. Okay, what's the name of it? Nobody cares. What's
Yeah,
the
it's
name
right
of it?
here.
Nobody's
It's
heard of it.
called,
Nobody cares.
What's the name of it? Nobody cares. I care. Tell me the name of it. Nobody cares. What's the name of the book? Nobody cares about the name of the book.
Suck, right? The name is going to be a name that
It's
nobody's
actually
heard
a
of.
it's actually a great collection. It's called The Ancient Near Eastern Text Relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard, and it's really
Oh, you
good.
should stream about it.
I
Why don't
do.
you do
I
a stream
talk
about
about
it?
it. I talk about it all the time. The reality
get
is,
a lot
if
of
I lived
viewers.
in a country where like the
You get a lot
majority
of
of the people
donations.
living there believed in the Babylonian deities, I would do live streams that focused on the Babylonian deities, but I don't. I live in a country
They
where
don't pay as
people
well, do they?
believe in the sky carcass named Jesus. And
Yeah.
the reality is, like, we have to talk about that religion because that's the culture that I lived in. If I lived in a different culture, I would talk about that religion. If I lived in India, I'd be talking about Hinduism. The reality is, you have to talk about what's culturally relevant to you. But why should we trust the Bible when it says things that are flatly wrong? Like Jeremiah 7:22. Have you read Jeremiah before?
Not that verse.
Yeah, I bet you haven't read
Well,
any of it. Jeremiah 7:22 says, "For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." Do you think that's a true statement?
I don't know. I haven't studied that verse.
You
Have
don't
you ever...
know. What happened the very day that they left Egypt? Do you remember any of the Exodus story?
Yeah. What happened when
happened?
they left Egypt? They went to Mount Sinai, hung out in tents, and
That's
or they
after
went on like
the day,
Yeah,
the
okay,
very
so-
day that they left Egypt. Remember, the day starts at sunset.
okay. What's your point?
God
You
gave
think
them
there's a contradiction in
commandments
the Bible?
for the Passover festival, which includes the sacrificial lamb. So literally
Yeah.
the day, the 24-hour period that they left Egypt, God did command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. It's flatly wrong, no matter how you interpret the word day, whether you think it's a literal 24-hour period or a generic time period. Jeremiah has no idea what's in the rest of the Hebrew Bible.
Have you ever read
He's a
apologetics
goof.
in your life, or like do you
Yep.
just do you go to like atheist.com for your talking points, or
No, I went to Bible
Okay.
college and seminary, which is why I know these problems are in the book and you don't.
okay? So give me some of the apologetics, please, since you're the expert that studies both sides very carefully, right?
The only apologetic is that the day is a literal day, and they don't know that day starts at sundown typically.
Oh,
That's
that's
it.
the only apologetic. Who wrote that?
That's the only good apologetic. You'll find the same
Justin,
stuff.
can you make my argument for me?
I know, you're so lazy.
Well, he's such an expert, right? I'm just such a big dummy. I thought he would have his bases covered, but
Look,
Yeah,
you said
it
it.
looks like he's just like an edgy
Yeah, could
teenager
you
who
could you
went to, like,
please tell me my argument? I don't have one. I don't know what to do with this.
Well, yeah, I haven't studied all
Dr.
of your
Blitz,
talking
what's
points,
premise
obviously,
one in my
but
argument?
neither of you. So you don't.
Well, we-
so
we didn't hear what you said 'cause you was
was
talking.
Really.
So I
That's
do
kind of
look
the
at
whole
apologetics, which is
argument.
why I know that this is just a flat
No, you
wrong
don't.
thing. Then tell me how it's not a contradiction. Prove me wrong.
You do not
Prove me
read
wrong.
apologetics.
Do me
right?
wrong. Prove me
You
wrong.
can't name a
Do it.
single author who wrote
Prove me
anything
wrong.
on this passage
Prove
because
me
you
wrong.
don't look into it ever.
Prove
you
me
just
wrong.
Go to atheist.
Prove me wrong.
10 reasons why the Bible sucks. That's
Prove
your
me wrong,
argument. Like,
crybaby. Prove me
you're not
wrong.
like some
Pro-
innovative
prove me wrong.
arguer here.
Prove me
Jordan,
wrong.
you are currently
One of-
telling on yourself. It sounds like you're describing your research
Why?
process here.
Because he doesn't read apologetics. He just like
No,
me
because you're
wrong.
telling on your own
You
research
can't-
process.
Single person.
His
What, am I
research
supposed to Google it
process
for you?
is I'm going to read something and then I'm going to go look at the apologetics and just hope that the apologetics make sense to me without actually knowing what's
That's
happening.
what-
Let me ask you a question.
what a
Who-
reasonable
who's the
person does.
father of Jeconiah in the Bible? Because Matthew says it's Josiah.
I mean, is this like 10 reasons? Like, is this like a BuzzFeed article? 10 reasons? Like, I don't unsubscribe. Fast forward, bro. Like, all of these arguments have been.
Okay, so
debunked a
you
million times.
you can't
know,
debunk
like-
them then. It's weird that
Yeah.
you can't debunk them. So
No,
go
I'm
ahead
not
and
familiar
try.
with
Who's the
every single,
according to
you know,
Matthew? Who's the father of Jeconiah? Don't run. Don't dodge. You're the one that's this Bible's unique. It's special. It's the best book ever written. So
Yeah.
why all these problems in it? Who's the father of Jeconiah? Who is it?
I don't know.
Matthew tells you it's
Why
on
do
the
you care?
screen. Oh, you can't see the screen
Okay.
probably.
Well, you can't read
But
is
you're
the
not gonna read any
problem.
apologetics
Yeah, that is
on
the
it.
problem. He can't read. So the father of Jeconiah is listed as Josiah. Do you think that's a true statement?
Yeah, sure. Like,
Sure.
Okay, what, you think you're doing something here?
Well, Chronicles says that that's not the father of Jeconiah. Jehoiakim is
God.
the father
You
of
bumped the
Jeconiah
Bible,
according
bro.
to
You
First
did it.
Chronicles.
Yeah,
You're the
Jordan,
first
you'd agree
person
that
ever
contradictions
to
are
ever
false,
realize
right?
this.
Do you think contradictions are false?
Do you think multiple
He's gonna
scholars have
dodge.
already addressed
He-
this?
Dodge.
Do you
he's
think-
Dodge.
Do you think there are,
Dodge.
like,
Concussed.
pages of
Jordan, the
apologetics
question's
written
very
on every
simple.
single
Do you
one of
think
these
contradictions are
contradictions?
false?
You don't even let me talk now. That's cool.
I just want the
keep
answer to
going.
the question.
Teach
What
us,
I don't let you do is
wise one.
dodge.
Tell us how you're smarter than the Bible. Go ahead.
Yeah, this guy's going to keep
Teach
on
us.
dodging. I'm just going to ask you the question a third time. Don't dodge the question. Nobody wants to be in the presence of a throdger. Do you think contradictions are false?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So then there's a contradiction in the Bible. So the Bible's false.
Says some guy on TikTok. Okay.
Well, we
Some
demonstrated
Jordan
it.
non-scholar who's never studied this.
Jordan,
Says
there's a
somebody with
problem
text-
with appealing
Well,
to
yeah,
scholars.
Sounds good.
So Jordan, it is totally valid in a debate to say, oh, there is an explanation for this. It's given by Dr. Blankety Blank, PhD from University of Blankety Blank, right? But
You don't
you're
want that.
appealing
You
to
want
scholars
little
that you don't
clips.
even know exist.
You don't want
Yeah.
explanations. The point of this is
You,
to get
you don't
some
have
views on
them.
TikTok.
If you have an
Jordan,
explanation,
you
we'd
don't
love to hear
wanna-
it.
You
Give
guys
the
just
explanation,
What's the
don't
explanation?
mock them. You don't want
Give
to
it.
actually study.
Go
this
ahead,
in
Jordan,
depth.
get
What's
it.
the
Give the
explanation?
Explanation.
Get the
Or
explanation.
reference
And I
somebody
Google
who does
for
give
you,
the
am I
explanation.
supposed to
That'd be good
Google
too.
all of your contradictions?
He's got
I'm
none.
telling you, I've every single
No
dumb
explanation.
contradiction you guys make has been explained a million times
Then
by
you can
scholars.
Okay, then go
Explain
find
it.
it.
Didn't look
Go
it up,
find it.
Jordan.
Why am I Google for you? What one? Like, okay,
It's
what
Why
your
is Justin
argument.
Google for you?
You guys are gonna sit up there while I Google, like good little boys.
Yep.
You're gonna
Yep.
sit
We will wait.
for me to Google
Yep.
for you.
We will wait
Okay.
Yeah,
patiently.
we'll do
Be a good
slapstick
boy.
with
I'll
each other. It's
Google it for
okay.
you.
We have
Okay, I
time.
know it's hard.
We can do the
your
Brady
own
Bunch
research,
thing.
but I'll do
Yeah.
it for you. It's okay. You know, I'm
Yeah.
here for you, and I'll
Please,
do all the
yeah,
research
just
for
defend
you.
the position for the beliefs that you hold, right? Give the defense of the
Yeah.
belief, the thing
Yeah.
that you believe.
Right.
Rather than, oh, there
Okay,
is
sure.
a
I mean,
defense,
what
I
one
just
would
don't
you
know what
want
it
me
is.
to-
Is
So
it
you guys-
logically possible that there is an answer to this argument?
He's going to chat GPT right now. I
Well,
can
that's
already
the
feel
thing,
it.
right? I mean, that's how you challenge your beliefs before just presenting them with a shallow understanding. Like, you know,
Well, then
Like
give
you've
the
done.
I'm
argument.
assuming that you critically assess
Give
your
the argument,
beliefs,
Jordan.
right?
Yeah.
Could I be
This
wrong?
guy seems
yeah,
like a
that's the
like a real
first
critical
question you
belief
should ask about
assessor.
things that you say,
Wait-
right?
waiting for the
Like, you
argument.
should critically challenge what you're saying.
Waiting for the argument.
And you don't, right?
Waiting for
That's
the
why
argument.
you don't look at apologetics.
Still waiting for
You know
the
what?
argument.
This checks out because Jordan dropped out of college because he didn't want to do the homework.
That definitely
like, it
makes
really
sense.
That's
checks
really
out.
funny.
Congrats on getting a degree, bro. Is that a big deal for you?
No, I didn't get one degree. I got 4.
Yeah, I
So
got
yes,
two-
that is
I-
a big deal.
I
You
got
must
2
be
degrees in
super
4
smart.
years.
I got 3.
Everyone with a degree is so smart all the time, right?
No, you're not smart. It just means you have the ability to stick to something and you're not a slacker. Like you. You believe in a book you've not even
Right.
read.
It's a big win for you when you're dead in the grave. Congratulations on the big degree.
Well, it's a big loss for you.
Yeah.
We'll do
Right.
one more because I think you're already well cooked. In John
Maybe could we just get like
3:13
could we just get like the moral defense, Justin? If I could make like a suggestion, maybe we should ask him about the Bathsheba verses.
Oh yeah, there's some really good ones in there. Maybe let's do the moral argument because
Right,
I
'cause they
bet
haven't looked into
RC, I bet RC has an opinion on this. Let's do.
His name is
2
Jordan, not
Samuel
RC.
12.
He's a different person.
No, this gotta be RC. No way, this is not RC.
So
Okay.
you want me to research the apologetics because you won't? Go ahead.
No,
We just
no,
want to
we're
know
not-
whether or not you think rape is okay.
Yeah. So in the story of Bathsheba, there were 2 punishments that were handed out to David. Do you remember what they are?
Yeah.
Name them.
It's like his wives are raped and the kid unalives.
Yeah. Do you think that's an acceptable punishment for a man committing adultery?
Well, I mean, do you think that God was like literally like mind controlling these guys and like forcing them to do it?
Yep.
Is that,
God
like,
says
you take- you
God
think
says
the
He's
Bible
doing
literally-
it. It says, "Thus saith the Lord,
Right.
I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house." God says, "I'm raising up the trouble."
Yeah.
He's doing it.
Do you think that means he's like physically lifting them up in the air and like transporting them to the women and like?
Just that he's the cause of it.
Yeah, but how? Like, what does that look like exactly? You know, like maybe he was protecting the women and he just stopped. Maybe he just took a step back and.
Oh, it doesn't
he's
say
using
that.
symbolic language.
He says, "I will
Right,
raise up
yeah.
the trouble. I will raise up." In fact, in the Hebrew, it's in the causative stem, meaning He's causing it to happen.
So I guess
Yeah,
maybe
how?
we could just ask like a quick question. Do you think the rape penalty is ever morally justifiable?
It depends. Like, no,
It
obviously
depends.
not.
Oh,
It
shit.
depends.
It depends.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, it's
sometimes
not
you should
different.
rape women. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Jordan.
No, that's not what I meant. I
What
mean,
would we ever
this is
do
what I
without
mean. It's
your
like,
morals?
this is just like little edgelord, like teenager, like, oh my god, he's like, you
Yeah,
know,
the
it's
edgelord
childish,
teenager
really. But
position that rape
wasn't
is
what I
bad,
was saying,
actually.
right? I'm saying,
Yeah.
does God have an obligation to protect all of them all the time, even if they're
He
sinful?
caused
He hasn't.
it.
Like,
He has an obligation to not cause it.
but how did he cause it? What if he just let it happen? What if he
The
was
same
preventing
way
it and
he
then
caused all kinds of other things. So, for
Like, I've been
example,
protecting
he
you,
sends his
David.
spirit to give words of utterance to prophets, and then the prophets act on it. He also caused Saul to dance naked on the ground when he received the spirit. He hardened the hearts of Pharaoh so that Pharaoh would keep the Israelites in bondage longer so he could perform his miracles. He's intervening on people's free will all the time.
Yeah. Okay. But in this specific instance, we don't know how he did it, right?
But he
what?
said that he is the cause of it, according to him.
So
If he's not the cause of it, then he's a
If
liar.
he's saying like, "Yo, David, I've been protecting you. I've been keeping your wives faithful this whole time, and this is how you treat me. I'm removing the protection." And then he could have used figurative language for that.
None of that is said in the book. What is
To
said
be
in the
clear,
book,
are we now blaming
Yeah.
the women
It's words
That's-
don't need words, and yes, he's
for
definitely
not
going to go
being
to
faithful?
the. He's
Is that
definitely
what we're
going to
doing
go
right
with
now?
women consented. Did the women consent, Jordan?
Right.
Not only
Is
did
this
they
the good
consent,
faith
they are the
argument?
cause.
Is this what good faith looks
It
like?
stopped being a good faith
Because
argument
Yeah.
the
it's
minute
not
you got
feeling very
here.
Good faith here.
Good
You guys are
faith
trying to
paragon
accuse
Jordan
me
on
of supporting
TikTok.
Grape, right? Like this is ridiculous. You say you're good faith and then you accuse me of supporting grape.
The
right?
crying
Like,
is
that's kinda
crazy. I've never heard so much crazy from a
crazy. Oh,
guest.
now I'm crying. Right.
Not
Well, to
even
be
RC
clear, you
cries
did
this much.
say you do think
Yeah.
that there are circumstances where giving the grape penalty is acceptable.
No.
Are
I
you
don't.
sure?
But
Because
you
that's
support-
very
so
different from what
support
you
child
said not 2
cancer,
seconds
right?
ago.
But you support child cancer.
So you've
Okay,
changed
so-
your position. You've
So
reevaluated.
God was wrong? When God
And by the
punished
way, gang,
Babylonians?
this is like the evidence that bullying works, right? We made fun of him, and now he reevaluated his stance on whether or not the rape
Well, you
penalty is
completely
acceptable.
Disavow bullying doesn't
This,
work.
I this has been like a huge tangent, but I mean,
It's not a huge tangent.
I think I already gave my
I mean,
explanation for that. Like, if God,
was-
I don't want to repeat it. 3
Jordan, was
times
God
now.
wrong? Was God wrong when he says that he's going to punish the Babylonians with having their wives raped? It says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them. God says, "Hey, I'm bringing the Median army. He's going to come and rape your women."
Right, what does that mean?
That was a good punishment that time, right?
Like, when God says he's a rock, do you think he's literally a rock then?
Is
that
it a
kinda what-
metaphorical rape?
Is he? No, that's not what I'm saying. You're saying
He's not
literally-
in this
you're
verse.
saying when
God
he
is not
stirs up
literally
the mead-
stirring the meads. He's not like putting the meads in a cauldron and stirring them.
Yeah.
The word stirring is being used metaphorically
Right.
to indicate that he is
Okay.
causing them to behave in a certain way.
Yeah, but how? Right? We don't really know how.
That's a great question. We don't know how God does anything in your worldview.
Yeah, it's magic.
Doesn't mean that he's
Nothing
not
your
causing
God
it.
does- It's
That's-
magic to you, to your
That's
God.
the thing, right? Is that you guys make the assumption that God is evil. You're moving from that assumption, and I'm coming from a position of defending God.
No, we don't
and
think God
defending-
exists.
Yeah, we think rape is evil, and a God that would give this as a punishment certainly can't be all good. So the
Okay,
all
so-
good God that gives rape as a punishment doesn't exist because it's a contradiction.
Right. So you do think the biblical God is your knee-jerk reaction is to accuse him of evil, right?
No,
you don't believe
it's not
God
a knee-jerk
exists, but this
reaction.
biblical-
I've never
this
heard someone
biblical
straw
God-
man more than any human being on the planet than Jordan. It's not a knee-jerk
Well, you
reaction.
don't really look-
It's a logical, premise-based argument.
Right, but you don't even really consider that you could be wrong ever, right? Like
Well,
you're
prove us
100% made up.
Jordan,
God
have
is
you considered
evil all the
that? Jordan,
time,
have you
right?
considered that you could be wrong? That the Empire in Star Wars was actually the good guys.
Yeah, but you're not streaming about Star Wars, right? Because nobody cares about Star Wars.
Right. But you've seen Star Wars. Are the Empire the good guys or the bad guys?
I mean, I never really paid attention to the story much, so I mean,
Yeah, he has
Okay,
no,
have
he
you-
has no idea.
Yeah, sure.
Good
Have you
faith,
seen
intellectual
Have you seen Harry
Titan
Potter?
Jordan.
Have you seen Harry Potter?
Yeah,
Is Voldemort the good guy or the bad guy?
bad, but
Have you
maybe there's a
considered that
twist,
you
who
could be
knows?
wrong about that?
What if it was a justified instance of baby killing?
Not
or
really,
like
because I
attempted
don't really
baby
care about Harry
killing?
Potter. I don't really care about Harry Potter. But if you want to talk about Harry Potter, that's fine.
Well, I'm just asking. Have you considered that you could be wrong?
Yeah, I always do, right? Yeah.
Mm.
Could you be
Seems
wrong
like
about
a-
God existing?
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying people should trust me really, but I do find Jesus compelling, right? I find the biblical story compelling, a lot more compelling than your worldview, which is when you
But
die.
you haven't
nothing
read it,
happens.
Jordan.
Okay, but you're just like some guy, right?
How
Like,
could you find it
it's-
compelling
at
if
the
you've
end of the
never
day,
actually
it's-
read the book? Name
What?
one thing that's compelling about Jesus being the Messiah.
I already told you.
You
But
didn't tell me one thing yet.
The fact that he taught love, I think, is compelling
So?
in and of itself. That he's such a loving guy.
He's the first.
Makes
He's the
it-
first religious
makes it
leader that
compelling.
ever said to love your neighbor.
Nobody's ever given that
Nobody did it like
prescription
him, bro.
before.
Nobody does it like the Bible when it comes to like caring for the poor and lifting up the unfortunate
Okay, so
and healing the blind.
so you don't know
Nobody
anything
does it like-
about Buddhism or Hinduism. You definitely didn't read the Quran. There's like 100 admonitions in the Quran to care for the poor, give alms, not charge usury. You're not even allowed to charge interest. You're supposed to lend with no interest.
At the end of the day, right? We're all picking people
Another
to learn
pivot.
from. And if you think that the Quran is more compelling than the Bible, then sure, go for it. Or if you think some atheist on TikTok is more
Neither
compelling
of
than
them
the Bible,
are
sure.
compelling.
Sure, go ahead, right? Like if that's what you want to do, but I think the Bible is more compelling.
Jordan, did you
than
come
the
to
Quran,
preach?
or-
Because you haven't given an argument the entire time you've been up here.
No, what is that? I've given tons of arguments, bro. That's just a
You got it.
ridiculous
I
statement.
didn't hear a
Just
single
the,
one.
the statement that Jesus never fulfilled any prophecy. Like some of the statements you
Prove
make
me
are
wrong.
just so ridiculous.
Prove me
Yeah,
wrong.
it's one
Give me
prophecy.
one. Give me one.
He rode in on a donkey, right? So
Oh, from
right
Zechariah
there, it's
9?
just
Oh boy,
so
you're not gonna
obvious
like
that
this.
And the 30 pieces of silver is
He's
also
got it-
in Zechariah.
It's
Let's
actually
do one.
not.
Let's do one unfulfilled prophecy at
where,
a time,
like, you
please.
really
Yeah,
just-
we'll do those
because-
first two, and then we'll demonstrate how silly your
Isaiah
claims are.
53,
So,
yeah.
in Zechariah 9, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion! Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. He shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." Did Jesus set up an earthly kingdom when he came into Jerusalem on the donkey and defeat all of Israel's enemies?
I mean, that's not what I'm saying he did. I said he rode in on a donkey.
I'm not
I didn't
asking
say
you
he-
what you said he did. I'm asking you what the prophecy says the Messiah is going to do. The prophecy says he's going to be an actual
He's gonna
king,
ride in on a donkey.
and he's going to be victorious over his enemies.
Yeah, that's later. Stay tuned.
No, it's actually
Okay,
earlier in the prophecy. What?
so then
It's
it-
like earlier in the sentence, right?
So then it didn't come true.
It will. It's partially.
Okay, so
just
it's
like when
so it's
said-
not a fulfilled. Well, I rode a donkey. Did I partially fulfill it?
Are you claiming to be the Messiah?
Yep. Prove me wrong.
Oh, I mean,
I partially
I'm
fulfilled
not-
like 30 prophecies.
I've touched
Right,
at least
so-
30 pieces of silver before.
Indeed, it's a prophecy.
yeah. Okay,
Now,
well, congratulations. Maybe
on
you
the
could start
30
a religion,
pieces
see if
of
anybody buys
silver-
it. Probably nobody will, but you could try.
On the
Come
pieces of silver, it says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price." Do you know who actually said that?
Who?
Well, it wasn't Jeremiah. In fact, do you want to make some money today?
Oh,
I'll give
wait.
you $100 over
The
Venmo
30
right now if
pieces
you
of
can
silver-
find that in Jeremiah.
I mean, the fact that you just so Jesus rode in on a donkey, right? And that was a
Yeah,
prophecy.
I wouldn't want to address
Right.
this either.
Well, he rode it on
And that
two
was a
donkeys,
prophecy,
actually.
right?
True. It was a double donkey. That
It
being
wasn't
said,
a
the-
donkey.
the prophecy is not about a guy riding a donkey. Thousands and thousands of people rode donkeys in Jerusalem. That doesn't make you a Messiah. In fact, other false messiahs rode donkeys in Jerusalem. Still doesn't make you the Messiah. What makes you the Messiah is completing all the tenets of the actual prophecy. Partial fulfillments are fails. You don't get to be the fulfillment of a prophecy if you fulfill like 1 out of 5 points.
I mean, if it's a prophecy that the Messiah is going to ride in on a donkey, and then he rides in on a donkey, then he fulfilled one prophecy.
But
No,
Jordan,
he didn't
Jordan, that's not the prophecy. The prophecy is not the Messiah will ride in on a donkey, Jordan. The prophecy is the Messiah will ride in victorious on a donkey and establish a kingdom on earth in Jerusalem. It's not like Zechariah is just like, yup, the one prophecy, the sole prophecy is he's going to ride in on a donkey. It's like a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but
this
if
cope
you
is
read Luke
embarrassing,
14
Jordan.
No, because the New Testament does it. It says when Jesus
Yeah, the
says
New
the Spirit
Testament
of the Lord
was
is
making
upon
shit
me
up.
because he is
Oh no, you don't want to
Well, you're
do
not,
Isaiah
bro.
61. Oh no.
Yeah.
Do
Well,
you want to
it's a
get cooked
partial
on?
prophecy, right?
It's not. Do you want to get cooked on
Yes, it
on the
is.
one that's already on the screen right now before we go to Isaiah 61?
I mean, it's really just pointless because like you can see.
Yeah, it is
that
pointless.
Jesus,
Yeah, because he didn't do
Yeah,
anything.
like, I mean, that's just ridiculous, right? Like this
It
whole
is
thing's
ridiculous. That's why Christianity
Yeah,
is
like,
silly,
the
because
fact
Jesus
that you
didn't fulfill
stream
even one
all day, like-
prophecy.
right. and you're
Jordan's
obsessed with
crying
him all
so
day.
much.
Surely
He's-
this pivot to meta will salvage his ethos.
So much crying.
Because,
They
I mean,
hate
he
the fact
clearly
that
fulfilled it,
that
right?
they hate the fact that I can make a living showing the problems with their own religion. It drives like it keeps you up at night, doesn't it, Jordan?
No, not really.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
if clowns like you were on the internet, I wouldn't have to be here either.
Okay, I mean that's fine. You know, if you want to go team atheism, I'll go team Jesus. We'll see how that works out for either of us. You know, I'm
I
not
don't think
trying
we
to
will.
like tear you down that much. I think you know I just find Jesus more
I'm not trying to
compelling.
tear you down. The guy who's literally been up here straw manning and ad homing and insulting the entire time. I'm not trying to
So
tear
you
you down.
support childhood
though.
cancer. You like it when
You're
children
Your
actually-
die.
life
you're
has
sweet,
no
innocent-
meaning whatsoever, but I'm not tearing you down. All right, Jordan, we'll give you the
Well-
courtesy of having the last word since it sounds like you came to preach, okay? What's your message? What's your end message for the world?
I just think Jesus is a lot cooler.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Justin is Satan incarnate.
I have no idea why he thought I was going to let him preach. Well, friends, we got some super chats. I'm going to read them off. I think we got guys, we got a bunch during that conversation. Chat was popping off. There's a chance we may
Yeah.
have to save some of these for the end of stream. We got like 30 of them during that conversation. And we do have more people waiting to get in. We probably got enough time for at least one more, maybe 2 more good guests. Rock Hard for Doug coming in again says, Big W Blitz, y'all are 3 different areas of expertise, the actual Holy Trinity.
Oh yeah, that
Thank you,
was a
Rock Hard.
conversation that happened like an
I
hour
really-
ago.
That's why I said, yeah. I mean, we had this guest on here for quite a while, but it was an enjoyable barbecue, I think. Gretchen, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, is that Volta or Faraday? Well, up with me right now is Volta. He's got the white face. Faraday's got a black face. Volta looks like he got struck by lightning. And yes, I named my cat Volta, and the other one
That's
Faraday.
cute.
I mean, come on, you guys know how I roll here. He looks like Hitler. Listen, he's got a little. He does not have
He got a
Hitler
little
stash.
mustache. Does he have the hair?
He's
side
got like
part?
a little half stash. No side.
Okay.
No side part.
I've definitely seen a cat that looks like that, and like you put that cat in a brown trench coat and an armband, and
Yeah, we've seen him. Buket says, I'm not sure if Jordan got cancer, his tune would, I'm sure if Jordan got cancer, his tune would change. Actually, I agree. I've never met someone with cancer that said, oh, well, this was necessary. I needed this.
Yeah, please don't cure me.
I think a suffering-free perfect universe would be just fine. I agree, and so does God. According to God in the Bible, that's what he wants in the end. He's just taking his time to get there. Alex, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, love Ian's talk over the guest inertia. Nothing like listening to somebody read wombat shit cubes like bones in tea leaves while Ian pushes through the point the guy left 3 evasions ago. Actually, I just love this. This is a good debate tactic.
Mm-hmm.
J-Cal says, Justin, my cat looks exactly like yours. Praise Duck and Sharon. Hail Nero. Listen, I'm happy for you, J-Cal, that you've got a beautiful, beautiful kitty. And El Daddy of Yahweh says, how does God pick the number of kids with cancer? He's definitely up there casting lots.
He's rolling a d20.
Absolutely. And Herbie Shine says, this is in honor of Jordan being an appalling little baby who needs a baby bottle and a good burping before having his nappy changed and talcum powder put on his nappy rash. What a baby. Herbie, we're with you. That guest came up to cry. And MS Cat, thank you for the super chat, says, my father was an incredible LDS believer and a very good man. All his life he was a believer. He died of lymphoma and suffered a terrible death. Why would God allow that? It's a very good point because, there's a lot of people who get these horrible diseases in late stages of life. What are they learning from it? Like, it took them out. You know what I mean? Like, what's to be learned? I'm with you, MS Cat. It doesn't make sense. I had to watch my dad die from cancer as well. No one learns anything from that.
Mm-hmm.
Penelope, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says 2 Christian say they would stop childhood cancer if given the opportunity because God and we're just stupid worms. One seems to think being a smartass compensates for being a dumbass. Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. He really did. He wanted to throw out some apologetic gotchas, but he wasn't really good at them. But what are you gonna do? Thank you, Penelope. And a humorous, thank you for the $10 super chat, says once smallpox was a thing, now it's not a thing. Millions of gods prayed for billions of believers for thousands of years, could not end smallpox. One vaccine did. Science 1, God 0. Game, set, match. Agreed. It's crazy if you think God created smallpox or allowed smallpox for a reason. What would the reason possibly be? And Diver Life says, from one agnostic atheist to another who loves watching all 3 of you to help my deconstruction, here is some money to make y'all lives meaningful to spite the guest. Well, thank you, Diver. I appreciate that. Big W. And Funk God, thank you for the super chat, says, in a Christian world built on the cult of suffering, the simple refusal to not want to suffer is seen as an act of revolution. WTF. It kind of is. The idea that we shouldn't desire suffering is now rebellion against God? Crazy. And Miko, great to see you. Thank you for the 20 pounds, my friend. Says, Ian, remember a caller giving you a UK history lesson? He was wrong. Bloody Mary wasn't a Mary Queen of Scots, but Mary Queen of England. King James didn't rip her for witchcraft, but Elizabeth first did for plotting a coup.
Listen, we won the Civil War. It's my constitutional right to not know anything about your history. No, but I did hear about this, that he was there's this insane guy on my stream who just completely crashed out and started yelling slurs, but he considered himself a distinguished gentleman, and he said that Mary Queen of Scots was Bloody Mary, and apparently he's wrong about that, but I certainly don't know anything about that, so
that certainly is outside of my wheelhouse. I'm going to read 3 more super chats, and we're going to our next guest in here. We'll read the remaining ones either after the next guest or at the end of the stream. Sorry we got so many during that last call. Jay, thank you for the super chat. Says Jordan has to be a troll, right? He has to be an atheist, being aggressively moronic to make theists look bad. I got to be honest. Look, it's hard to tell sometimes, but he wasn't a troll.
I've spoken with him before. He's not a troll. My trolldar is not great sometimes, especially with flat earthers, because they all sound like trolls, but I've spoken with him and he gave a consistent message last time too. So either that or he's the greatest troll to have ever lived. But, I don't give him that much credit.
I agree. If that was a troll, he did it really well.
Yeah. I think I will say, I think it's a really funny tactic to be well, I want to talk about kids with cancer. Here's what I have to say about it. Actually, I think it's fine. What a bold debate strategy. Holy shit.
We'll see how this one pans out for them, Cotton.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
There you go.
Hey, thank you for the super chat. Says Jordan, thinks pushing button would make people disappear because he cannot fathom a god that creates humans without cancer. That's actually true. Like I mean, theoretically, like he probably could imagine it. He's just like, well, fuck, but this is the god I believe in, the one that did make cancer. So now I've got to rationalize it.
Conceivability implies possibility, and if it was
course.
possible and God is a necessary being, then God would have already removed cancer, therefore it is not conceivable.
Last super chat for now from James says, I need to hear this numbskull answer to the Euthyphro dilemma, please. Oh, Jordan, I don't think he would even know what the Euthyphro dilemma is, but I mean, certainly would be fun to listen to him cope with it a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you for all the supers, friends. We're going to get our next guest in here and keep the discussions rolling. I think next in line is maybe John Stone, and then after that, Little Josh? Or, sorry, Lil L-I-L Josh? Let's see if John can connect. Welcome
I can
in,
see him.
John.
Hey, how you?
Doing well. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good.
Good. Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. Dr. Blitz, did you get the messages I sent you?
I have no idea.
We had talked about. I never got the C-19 vax, and I sent you some stuff on Abigail Schreier. You were asking for the study, but yeah, I DM'd you that.
Was this a while ago? Because if it was a while ago, I won't remember.
Yeah, it was a month ago, I think. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the topic?
Yeah, sure.
So you believe in God?
I do. I believe in a Manichaeanism, a Gnosticism, a spirit world, so to speak. I'm an ally of Christianity, even though I'm not a Christian. But I do believe in an afterlife, yes. And what took me to that was, up until about, I'd say 2012, I was probably more agnostic or maybe atheist. But I started watching YouTube, and back then it was much more.
John, can you speak a little bit closer to the mic? Your audio's going in and out.
Here, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah, just got to keep the mic close to your face.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So about back in 2012, I learned about. Are you familiar with Aleister Crowley and Michael Aquino? You know who they are?
I know Aleister Crowley is, yeah. Ex-Christian Satanist, basically.
Well, yeah. So he was a British fella around. I think he was born in like the maybe 1880s or so. And
just to be clear, the audio issues are still very quiet.
Okay, here's that. Here, I'll try and just really talk close to it. Is that better?
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah, so Aleister Crowley, he was an occultist and into black magic, right? And I believe these things work.
Black magic works?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you prove it?
I probably can't prove it. I can give you a personal experience. I debated that Seth Shadows guy on here. Do you know who that is? On TikTok.
The volume has not changed at all, by the way.
Here, hang on a sec. Let me do something. Is that better?
Can they hear him on TikTok?
Okay, great.
No.
Okay. It's mostly just on
Here, I'll just
YouTube.
Oh yeah, it's the YouTube thing.
I did turn up his volume in OBS. They can hear you on TikTok. They're having trouble hearing it on YouTube, but I cranked your audio up a little bit on YouTube. We'll give it a second to see if that's any better. Go ahead, John. You're giving us a history lesson on Aleister Crowley?
Yeah, Crowley. Yeah, he was in all kinds of black magic and and it's so that's one reason.
We don't believe in black magic though. Why should we?
Yeah, well, so no, you asked me. I can't prove it to you, but I was saying that this guy on here says shadows. He put like 2 curses on me, and like on the one time the next day, I had like a terrible chest pain, and then the other time he did it, I had like a really bad hamstring thing. So yeah, I think there's something to it. I could be wrong.
Sounds
You know?
psychosomatic to me.
Well, also like for your consideration, right? Think about how many days where there's like something weird with your body. Like how many days do you have like a tummy ache or like diarrhea, or you know, you have like a foot cramp or like something of that sort. Like, you know, that happens. Like I think that on any given day there's like a fair shot that there's like something happening. And then at that point it's just all confirmation bias. You match the thing that you're feeling to the idea that the cause of this is like the curse. How do you know that this isn't just something that you would have been feeling anyway?
It's certainly possible. To me, it was an odd coincidence. That's all I'm saying. And it happened. He put 2 of them on me. You know, and he's got the valve mat.
Did he tell you what the
pentagram
curse would
on
be?
it. He just said something. I'm paraphrasing, but bad things would happen. I mean, you curse somebody. I'm just bad things would happen, right?
That's such a vague curse. I mean, that could literally that could be anything. Every day there's something negative that happens to one of us.
He's put. Do you know who I'm talking about? Do you know who this guy is? Or
no.
Okay, yeah, he actually put. Do you know who Andrew Wilson is? He put a curse on Andrew Wilson too.
Yeah, I believe
Are
that.
we talking about Big Papa Fasci?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he deserves curses.
So tell you what, bring him on the
man.
live stream and have him do a curse on us, and then I'll let you know if I believe in curses.
Dude, all you got to do is pull up Seth Shadows. That's his name on TikTok.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do
We'll
it.
do that. But John, we're gonna let you go because the audio there's serious audio issues. But thank you so much for being here. Sorry for taking executive action on that, but like YouTube chat is freaking out.
Yeah, that needed to happen.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I think he cursed your audio.
That's what it was.
I think it's probably that. Yeah. Let's bring up Lil, whatever their name was.
Yep. Judy, welcome to the Unapologist crew. Thank you for being a member. And James says, meaning in life equals meaning of life. I can see that. Yeah. I mean, we get to determine our own meaning. I think like theists struggle with the idea of like, oh my God, nobody told me what my meaning is, therefore I don't have one. No, you do have one. You get to figure it out for yourself though. Neck2, good to see you. It says, just despite Jordan, keep up the meaningful work, fellas. Well, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. And Sarah says, I need to know the kitties' names. Well, the one here is Volta, and the other one is Faraday, and they are brothers or siblings. And Rock Hard for Doug, good to see you again, says, how to commit atrocities as a theist like Jordan. Is it morally right? It depends. Yeah, it's if God told you, then it's definitely morally right. And Steve says, Jordan graduated from college spiritually. Oh, indeed. It was a partial fulfillment, too. It was a spiritual and partial fulfillment from college.
Partial fulfillment of his degree requirements.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, that's a real thing, actually. In college, you do have to submit papers for partial fulfillment.
Yeah, what did he drop out of like weasel school? Is that why he was trying to weasel but was bad at it?
Yeah.
Must have. Then he went to clown school and dropped out of that one too.
That's for sure. Unashamed Apostate, thank you for the super chat. Says, roses are red, Justin's divine. He turned my LaCroix into boxed wine. Well, thank you, Unashamed. And trust me, if I have to pick between LaCroix and literally any wine, I'm probably going to pick wine. Maybe I would draw the line at port. Not a fan of port. It's like maple syrup of wine families. But nevertheless, good to hear from you, Unashamed. And Adam, welcome to the Unapologist crew. Members are popping off. I don't know how many members we have on the channel now, but today we've got 11 new members. Thank you so much,
enormous,
friends.
y'all.
That is huge. Like, I can't tell you how appreciative I am that there are people here that are supporting our work. It really means the world to us. And I am the Big Cheese. Thank you for the super chat. Says, have you ever thought of asking if Jesus was a fake/phony Messiah? How would we know? Shouldn't we ask what would convince them to gauge honestly? It's a fair question. It really is. He's in napping position. He's getting tired. You can tell he's tuckered out.
It's so cute.
This, and also, we were kind of touching on this in the Jordan conversation, but that is like a legitimate response to skeptical theism, the defense that, well, maybe God is like a higher reason for all these like evils that we see around us. A legitimate response there is to ask them, well, how do you know at that point that the entire like Christian religion isn't a hoax perpetrated by God for these like reasons that are beyond our comprehension? Mm-hmm. And at that point, like, they just have to remain agnostic on it. Like Jordan had to.
He did. Yeah, I was surprised he was honest about that, actually. We've got 2 more super chats. Dr. Fudge in the house. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, this isn't specifically about Jordan, but I wish I could tell if it's the programming making these people into insufferable douchebags, or if there's some pathology overlapping with the programming. Me personally, I think it's the pathology, because honestly, most of the Christians I knew when I was in the church were nice people, and they wouldn't have been doing the stuff that Jordan did. I think when unstable and, not nice people latch onto these religions, they treat it like they would anything else. They use it to their own advantages,
I do think that there's like something to be said about like a lot of there's like a good number of internet apologists or like wannabe apologists that straight up haven't read the Bible. Like, they converted recently, they want to argue, and then they are just like really aggressive and confused.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Last super chat for now from MS Cats 420. Thank you for the additional super chat. It says, if God were real, everyone would know. I couldn't agree more. It would not be a controversial matter. I agree 100%. If there was a God and it wanted us to know about its presence, everybody would know. Nobody would be up here guessing. That seems to be the only logical conclusion. I think this plays into the divine hiddenness problem. But who are we going to bring in next, friends?
We should bring up the guest on YouTube. They've been waiting for a good while.
Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. Sorry, I had that tab closed. I apologize.
No, you're good.
AK. So, AK, I apologize.
It's like when my dad forgot to pick me up from soccer practice.
Yeah, it's like when my dad did that because he died of a brain tumor.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. AK 87DZ. Welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Oh no, did he fall asleep? Or she or
He
it?
may have fallen asleep. Oh no, they're in the chat. So like they can probably hear us.
Yeah, it says you're on an iPhone. If you're saying words, we can't hear you. It doesn't show that your microphone is working. There's no sound bar moving up and down if you're talking.
Bro, these I gotta be honest. These chats are making me a bit pessimistic. Justin, have you seen the chat log?
I'm actually quite optimistic because of them.
Okay.
Oh, in video?
Yeah.
Oh
video,
my gosh,
yeah.
I'm looking at them now.
Oh no, but they're great.
They are compelling, and we should have the debate. But also,
There's a pretty inane ramblings here. AK, we'd love to talk to you, but something's wrong with your connection. Try hitting the refresh and come in. We'd love to hear from you, though.
Mm-hmm.
But right
I'm gonna
now,
go see if I can find a cat.
Yeah, find Kitty.
You guys deal with bringing him in. I'll be back.
AK, we'd love to talk to you, but we can't do it until you get your hardware working.
Yeah, you might want to refresh the page and make sure that you've selected the correct microphone. There should be the bar moving up and down if you've selected the correct one.
Yeah, I don't think they did.
It'll be super quick. AK, just refresh the page. You'll be the first one up if you can get this in 30 seconds. Otherwise, we will unfortunately have to move on to the next one and then move back to you. But we don't want to do that. What we really want is to be able to bring you up, but we can't do that unless your microphone is working.
Yeah, we'll do this. We'll help them reset. I'm going to drop your connection, AK, and just reconnect here in next second or so, and we'll see if we can get you in. Also, while we're waiting on that, Chessbutt, welcome to the Unapologetic crew. Thank you so much for becoming our newest member. I think that's 12 now. Holy smokes, it is a dynamite day. Well, listen, I don't think that guest is actually going to be able to make it based on everything we see from this chat log. I think that's a reasonable assessment. I think Diana might be up next. If AK comes back, we'll put AK next in line. Diana, welcome in. Are you at
Can you
least
hear me?
8? Are you at
We
least
can hear you.
18? And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 25 and I do.
Okay. And is
Right.
it a particular God or a generic God?
No, I guess just generically like I guess like a force or like quote unquote creator, not necessarily like human. Just like an intelligence that would come from.
Sure. Is it like one entity or multiple entities?
I think there's multiple. I think there's like interdimensional beings that like co-connect with a creator, a god.
Can you define interdimensional beings a little bit for us?
Interdimensional just being now within like or like interdimensional like connected to this realm but not like physically in this realm. Does that make sense?
So it sounds like not real. Realm being.
Well, I mean,
Actually, does realm have the same root word as real?
It
I
might.
don't know, actually.
Yeah, it might. Let me check.
I'd be curious to know.
okay, like kind of for
No,
example,
they
I
don't.
guess just like figuratively like trying to it's just like quantum mechanics, how you kind of have to like go into tissues or whatever you're breaking down into particles, like the little particles are like interconnected inside of us.
So, Diana, you can't be telling me
Like
that the reason why you believe in
we're
this.
not
Diana,
like,
you
in
can't
the
be telling me
field.
that the reason why you believe in this is because of quantum mechanics. Surely that's not the case, right?
I feel like that's where she's going.
I hope not.
Oh, it's kind of cutting off your
You have one
Freezing.
bar. Your connection's not great.
Yeah, Dr. Blitz was just asking you to elaborate on what you think about quantum mechanics.
No, I wasn't asking that, Ian. Stop it.
Your opinions, what you think it means.
You're gonna make me cry.
Can you elaborate on the extra dimensions?
I don't think that she can hear us at all, actually.
This is unfortunate. I kind of wanted to talk to Diana, but I don't think her connection's holding up.
Oh no! What a shame. She won't be able to talk about quantum mechanics. She must have
Diana.
accidentally disconnected all by herself.
Quickly, Diana, tell us what you think about, gosh, what is it?
Oh,
The fucking
no.
double slit experiment?
Oh
Quickly.
no! Oh no!
You could have
No.
only made that better by calling it the double split experiment. That triggers me so hard.
Okay, I guess we'll move on to our next guest, Glofa Show, another new member to the crew. Thank you for joining the Unapologist crew. We appreciate that, Glofa Show. And at that, let's grab, I think Lil Josh was up next.
Yeah.
AK never did come back.
You hear me?
Hey, Josh. Yeah,
Welcome,
we can
Josh.
hear you.
Josh, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do believe in God.
All right. Is it a specific God or a generic God or maybe many gods?
Right now, I'm inquiring into Orthodoxy, Eastern Orthodoxy, so Christianity.
Sure. And what would be the greatest argument or evidence for the existence of God, or even for your specific God?
Lately, I've been, getting into the transcendental argument. I know people don't like to argue presupposition, but
Ian loves
I'm-
tag.
Yeah, I think it's fun.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm not a scholar. I'm 19 years old, so I'm just asking about the.
Neither are the
right now.
pre-suppers.
Yeah.
True.
I just want to hear your thoughts about it. I would say that autonomous. You guys are proponents of autonomous epistemology, correct?
And by autonomous epistemology, what do you mean?
Meaning that the possibility of knowledge through like self-governance and like personal agency, rather than like a external source like God.
Are you asking whether we're internalists or externalists about knowledge or truth?
Yeah,
Justification?
Is knowledge possible just through personal, reasoning, stuff like that?
Oh, well, certainly some knowledge is. Yeah. I mean, is God, but I would ask the same question about God. Do you think God follows an autonomous epistemology or a non-autonomous epistemology?
What do you mean God follows?
Does God have an
Like,
epistemology?
yeah, he has a will. I mean, in Orthodoxy, of course, we believe that logic is a energy directly manifested from the true essence of God. So,
But
What
what I'm wondering, so you said you're asking us if we have an autonomous or a non-autonomous epistemology. I'm asking, does God have an autonomous epistemology or a non-autonomous epistemology?
I would say his epistemology is autonomous, but ours
Okay,
isn't.
sure.
It's not. His is purely autonomous because him being the first principle, of course, um, and divine simplicity, whatever attributes the being we ascribe to the being is not through participation, but through just himself, basically. But I wanted to ask, I know Dr. Blitz is a what do you call it?
Scientist?
You're a mathematician,
Physicist.
basically.
Physicist. Well, it depends on who you ask,
So,
but sure.
So I'm guessing you all have heard of Gödel's incompleteness theory.
Mm-hmm. You mean
Yes.
theorem,
So,
but yes.
I would just ask that, like, as proponents of autonomous epistemology, how can knowledge be possible if, according to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, no formal system can guarantee its own adequacy? A formal system cannot be consistent and complete simultaneously. So I would just, this is I would say this is more of a paradigmatic argument. So
Well,
from your
look,
paradigm,
there's a few issues here. First, Gödel's incompleteness system is about specific types of formal systems. Who's to say that justification has to fall into that kind of formal system? Second, this question of consistency and completeness is perhaps a question for anything that claims to have knowledge. If you're going to assert that all types of knowledge have to be kind of predicated in a first-order logical system. So you could ask the exact same questions about God. Third, there's a statement to be made about requiring consistency and completeness is only perhaps necessary if you're not a fallibilist about knowledge. But if you're a fallibilist about knowledge, if you allow for some degree of uncertainty, then it's just no issue.
true, but if you're trying to justify the possibility of knowledge well, I would ask, how can you justify that possibility of knowledge? I mean, you can be a fallibilist, but at the end of the day, you're still
It just depends on how you're defining knowledge.
Yeah. Also, there's some things that you could be
Well,
like
I'm
an
saying-
infallibilist about knowledge, right? Like you could believe that beliefs exist infallibly, insofar as believing that beliefs don't exist would be like a self-defeating belief. So there's like certain beliefs that you could certainly be an infallibilist about, while other beliefs you could be a fallibilist about.
True. What I would say is this is not I'm looking for more of a third order like justification, whereas I'm trying to critique the methodology of autonomous epistemology as a whole, if it's a consistent and complete something we should hold to. I mean, if it's not,
I mean,
then
to be clear, I don't think anybody here said that like, oh yeah, we're all supporting autonomous epistemology 100%. Like,
I'm not even sure what autonomous epistemology means.
I think he's trying to say internalist.
I don't think it means that.
I mean, yeah.
But I'm actually completely agnostic to the internalism, externalism. I don't have strong feelings on epistemology. I've kind of heard good positions. Like I've heard compelling beliefs about like externalism that you say, if like all of my rational faculties, all of my senses are working, then I know all of these things. But then you just leave your beliefs at that if statement.
Yeah,
but
it's still at the first order. I mean, I would ask for, because I know that a lot of people agree that atheism falls under that category of um, autonomous epistemology. I mean, it could be external and internal. I mean, external meaning like
So what do you mean by autonomous
external
then?
meaning.
If autonomous can include internalist and externalist means of justification, like what do you mean by autonomous?
Just the possibility. I mean, external meaning it can come from other people. Like
Not
if you
necessarily
adhere,
people. Externalist is just it comes from outside of your mind. Internalist argue
yeah.
the
I mean,
internalist
are
view is
people
that
outside of your mind?
justification comes from within the mind.
This is
People
why
outside of
it's like confusing, is because apparently this is like a made up precept term. I can't find anything in the literature about autonomous epistemology.
I'd love a definition though, if he can offer one.
All right, I'll I'll find a definition for you. But I was saying external meaning like adhering to other people for your justification. I mean,
Sometimes.
scientists. But yeah, I mean, that's what I was really getting at right there. But I would say that even if you aren't an internalist or an externalist, I mean, you still hold to some axiomatic system in which you're trying to justify as coherent. But I would say if it's not
Well, not
complete,
necessarily,
and
right? Like you could be a foundationalist, in which case you're not relying on coherence, you're relying on some foundational transcendent truth, for example.
But presumably, of
but
course, like
then that's
your
still
beliefs would be like coherent, or
Oh well,
if
yeah,
yeah,
I would hope so. But you can
yeah,
be you can have coherent beliefs without having any sort of foundation.
yeah.
but that's still a system in which can't justify its own adequacy because it's still relying on axiomatic presuppositions.
Oh,
It's
no, it doesn't. I mean, there's like lots of systems that would establish like the foundation of them transcendentally, just like the denial of specific forms of like knowledge would lead to skepticism, but skepticism about these things are self-defeating. For example, like the phenomenal appearances of things, like it appears that there's a table in front of me. To deny this would lead to external world skepticism, but that, of course, is self-defeating, which means that you're able to transcendentally ground the ability for your phenomenal appearances to give justification towards your beliefs.
Could you restate what you said? I don't,
Yeah,
honestly,
so okay, we have these like phenomenal appearances, right? Like things will appear to be the case. It appears to be the case that there's like a camera in front of me, there's a desk in front of me, that I'm holding a pencil, that it's like slightly cold. There's all of these like it appears to be the case just based on like the phenomena that is interacting with my mind. But if these were not reliable, if these gave no justification at all, then I would be an external world skeptic. I'd have to be a skeptic about all of the things that are outside of me. But external world skepticism is self-defeating, which means that we could transcendentally ground the fact that we get justification based on the way things appear to be towards us, like what the phenomena appears to be.
so do you question those phenomena? Like, I mean, it just sounds like we're still in the first order of knowledge where you're talking about things just appear to be as they are. I mean,
No,
I
you're
will ask, how do you
justified
know?
in believing that things are the way that they appear, unless you have some reason to think that appearances or that your phenomenal appearances are not truth tracking.
So they're just still axiomatic just because.
Well, no, that's not the argument, right? The argument is that if they didn't give justification, it would be self-defeating, so they must give justification for belief.
Right.
It's
So
not
how
like
is
they're axiomatic because I presuppose it. It's they're the foundation because the denial of them is a self-contradictory position.
so it's just Occam's razor then.
No,
We're
not at
just.
all.
It's
I
literally
mean,
a
that's what
transcendental
Yeah,
argument, rather.
yeah,
that's what it sounds like to me.
yeah. It's a
Maybe
transcendental
I'm not the
argument.
scholar, but I'm not the scholar, but you know, it just still sounds like we're just relying upon these axioms because if they don't,
What
if they
axiom do you
aren't,
think that Ian is relying upon in this argument?
Well, he stated that the camera is there. These phenomena that just appear to be. I mean, that's clearly an axiom.
What's the axiom?
What do you mean?
Like, what is this? Can you give me a statement of the axiom? Like, what proposition is Ian assuming is true without justification?
The camera is there.
Okay,
Oh.
That would
but
be
Ian
like-
gave a transcendental argument for why
just
that
asking
proposition
about what
is
he-
justified.
Yeah.
It's justified because if it isn't, then it's self-defeating. Of course, we know that.
Yeah, so that's a justification, which means that it's not an unjustified proposition.
But that's
It's not an
presupposing
axiom.
But that's still presupposing that things ought to be justified.
What?
I'm saying,
Why?
like, how do you get
How?
from it is? You saying
Wait,
this,
what?
these phenomena are, therefore, if they aren't justified, then it's self-defeating to not believe that they are axiomatic.
The claim is that self-defeating things are false, and that the denial of this truth is self-defeating, which means that the denial of it is false, so it must be true.
You say that again one more time.
Yeah, the claim, this doesn't, I mean, it's like debatable whether or not there's a normativity intrinsic in this. We could certainly talk about that. But the argument, as far as I can see, is just that to deny that your appearances give you a justification for belief is self-defeating because it leads to external world skepticism, which is a self-defeating position.
So why ought we not adhere to external world skepticism?
Because it's false.
According to
Insofar as
what?
if external world skepticism is true, then skepticism about time would be true. And because all arguments that attempt to establish external world skepticism are going to involve premises which themselves will require time, that means that that would also lead to skepticism towards all arguments, which means that any argument that could possibly attempt to establish skepticism would need to presuppose the things that it's denying, which means that it would be a self-defeating argument. So external world skepticism is false, but that also means that denial of your seemings as conferring justification is likewise self-defeating, which means that your seemings must confer justification unless you have some reason to think that your seemings are inaccurate.
So they must concur justification or else. I mean, that's
It's
still
self-defeating.
presupposing. I mean, yeah, it can be false according to whatever presuppositional normativity you have about the
There's no
subject.
presupposition here.
I mean, your honestly, based on what you said, I mean, I'm still not seeing how you're not presupposing normativity here.
Where's the normativity? Nobody's saying you ought to
Because you're
believe this.
presupposing
This
we
is
ought
just
not.
a No, this is just a justification.
Yeah.
Now, person A might have a preference to believe justified things. Person B might have a preference to believe unjustified things, and whatever. There's no normativity there.
Yeah. It's not that you ought believe it, it's that it's true. Now, whether or not you ought believe true things, that's a separate question. I certainly think that you ought believe true things, but what we're establishing right now is just that it's true.
But does it lead? Is it sound though? Does it lead to um, I forgot the word. But is it sound? I mean, it could be valid, but is it sound?
Which of the premises is false?
I mean, I'm not saying the premises are false. I'm just asking if that's really if that can be applicable to the possibility of knowledge.
Yeah, so
And
I think
that we
that, gosh, not to go on like my pet issue, but I do feel like this is the problem with presuppositionalists, is that they just use like philosophy terms that they foundationally don't understand. Like when you're saying like, well, it's valid, but is it sound? But you also agree that the premises are true. Well, sound means valid with the premises are true. So if the premises are true and it's valid, then by definition it's sound. Like that's trivial.
But I'm asking, is it sound when I'm in terms of can it actually justify logic?
The
Like
denial of logic is self-defeating, so logic can be transcendentally verified. In order
presupposing
to
that.
deny logic, you would need to presuppose that some things are the case and that some things are not the case. And then all three classical laws of logic can just be derived from that. So in order to deny logic, you would need to presuppose logic.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but
Josh, can you do me a favor? Can you define what you mean by knowledge?
well, I would say just based on first, second, and third order knowledge claims, like first order being the dog
You
is
can't
black.
use the word in the definition.
We're not asking for examples, we're asking for a definition.
Well, logic. I mean, the
John, you seem like a nice enough guy, but if I could give you like some earnest advice, you have no business running an argument, like running a transcendental argument, if you don't know what knowledge is.
I know I haven't talked about this in a while. I just seen you guys on here, and I was just like, let's see
That's
what
totally
they think about.
fine. Like you're like a super nice guy, right? You seem very genuine. These are like definitely the things that you would want to know prior to running the argument.
True.
So we're
True.
going
I'm
to
just-
let you go and move on to another guest, but thank you so much for being here, Josh.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Take care.
I mean, to be fair, you know, I don't mind the Phil Bros when they're nice. Josh sounded like a nice guy.
Yeah, he seemed chill.
I agree. Miko, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, who is going to tell Ian he meant the Revolutionary War, not the Civil War?
It was a civil war for the British.
Mm-hmm.
Fair point. Fair point. And Miss
They just
Pickles-
lost it.
I mean, that is the case, right? Ms. Pickles says, I'm convinced Jordan didn't drop out of college twice, but instead flunked out both times. Jordan rolled a nat 1 on intelligence.
Rude.
Actually, that's
Oh,
a
also,
fair
wait,
point.
sorry. I feel like I could do. I'm thinking about the last guy. So the standard philosophical definition of knowledge is a justified true belief. Just so you know, in the future, typically when people, and there's nuance to that, right? That's not a perfect definition. There are problems with it, but all else equal, typically what people mean by knowledge is a justified true belief. That's what you're asking for when you're asking for the possibility of knowledge. I'm sorry, Justin. Please continue.
No, you're okay. I am the big cheese. Thank you for the $20 super chat. That's huge. It says, I'm convinced that apologists are not genuine believers, but vanguards for American exceptionalism. That actually certainly seems to be the case for a lot of people. It isn't about the truth of faith or God, but restoration of an imagined past. It is more faith of nationalistic purity. I can certainly see that being the case for a lot of people. Yeah, it's more about an identity than it is about actual true belief. Yeah, I can see that. And follow-up from the Big Cheese as well. It says, to add on, apologists are focused on protecting the sanctimony of Western tradition as opposed to soteriology. They believe they are saved by inherited birthright of God's favor. I mean, Cheese, you're not wrong. I mean, this really is the case. I can't disagree with anything that you've said here. Most people, if you ask them to explain their soteriology, they're not going to be able to do it. They're not going to explain how Jesus Christ was the Savior or how he's a Messiah or any of that nonsense. But they're going to cling to that tradition that they were raised in. How convenient that the right one, the true religion, just happened to be the one that you were born into. It's very convenient. Speaking of which, let's get our next guest in here. True Gospel Fellowship. A name like that, I expect good things. Gospel
Great
Fellowship.
things, even.
Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Sure.
Great.
And is it a particular God or a generic God?
Yes, Jesus Christ.
Cool. In your view, what is the best argument or the best evidence for God being real or for your specific God being real?
Well, I think you have to believe in a God. I mean, unless you believe in an infinite regress, you must come to a creator who was not created. So I believe that that's
I don't
obvious.
know I don't know if those are the only two options, but to be fair, I do believe in infinite regress. What do you think, Blitz?
Well, I think that you're probably missing a third option, like some sort of cycle where there's a finite amount of time total, but it's still each moment has a prior moment. But setting that aside, like suppose that you do have a first moment. Suppose that the universe has not always existed. There's, say, some moment before which there are no moments. There is no before. How does that then imply that there's a creator?
I'm not sure what you mean. God spoke the world into existence in the universe.
Right. No, we understand that that's the view that you hold. The question is, suppose that the universe does not exist for eternity in the past. How does that then mean that there must be a creator?
I don't think the universe is eternal.
Okay, right. I'm saying, suppose that that's true. Suppose it's not eternal. How does that mean that there's a creator?
I'm not understanding what you mean.
I'll say it again. So let's say we agree that the universe is not eternal. How does that mean? Right, it's not eternal. How does that mean that there's a God?
The God created it. I'm not understanding your question.
Well, wait. So we're there's like two things that are being like claimed here. That one, there's a creator, and that this follows from the universe is not eternal. Walk us through step one, the universe is not eternal, to step two, therefore there's a creator. Like, what bridges this gap?
There is a creator. I mean, there's something that.
Yes, the conclusion.
Restate your conclusion.
I mean, there's a creator who created the universe.
We're asking how you know that.
How do you know that? And with love and respect in my heart, is there like a quota on saying like there is a creator? Does what we're asking not make sense?
Not really. I mean, I don't believe in an infinite regress. I believe in a God.
Okay, great. Let's pretend I don't believe in an infinite regress either. Let's say you're right that there is no infinite regress. How does that mean that there's a creator?
Yeah, let's walk through it. I laid out a notepad.
That's what I believe.
We know what you.
We're
believe,
asking
right?
you for the justification.
So we have your conclusion already written on our notepad. The conclusion is there is a creator. That's the conclusion, right? What we need are the supporting premises that would lead us to that conclusion.
Right, premise one, the universe is not eternal. Want to fill that in for us, Justin?
Yep. Premise two is the tricky one.
What's premise two in this argument?
Well, I believe that.
Watch him say that there's a creator.
There must be a creator.
I knew it.
Fucking prophet. He's a prophet. The Messiah is among us.
I believe that there's no infinite regress, and what led me to Jesus was.
That's premise one. We need premise two.
What led me to Jesus was that I wanted to be forgiven. It wasn't necessarily he has to exist or empirical evidence
So
issue.
you already believed in Jesus.
I wanted to be. No, I mean I had heard of him, but I wasn't a believer.
Oh yeah,
No,
I don't need
I
to
got
ask
saved.
a sky carcass for forgiveness. I want to know what's true, right? So
Well, I was 24 when I got saved.
No,
I was 24 when I got saved, and I was against the church.
All right, we're just
Well, I'm
gonna
trying to
stop
tell
you
you.
there. No one cares about your testimony. We've heard enough testimonies in our life. We don't need another one. Not a single testimony is ever going to convert an atheist to your religion. People that convert hearing testimonies already believe in your religion. We don't believe in your religion. Therefore, we need something other than a testimony. Do you have something other than a testimony, True Gospel?
You have to unmute, by the way.
So I don't know how much y'all heard, but cancer is not good. God did not make cancer. The wages of
All right, we'll just move on and get to a serious adult. Maybe we'll see what happens next. Sorry about that. That guy that didn't realize he came up to literally only preach and not provide even a single piece of an argument. Although
premise one, the universe is not eternal. Premise two, there is a creator. Conclusion, there is a creator. Technically, it's a valid argument.
Makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm convinced. All right. I think De La Cruci and chat have been waiting the longest. It's hard to tell, but I've seen him in the queue quite a few times. Welcome in, Day. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, yes.
All right. And is it a specific God or a generic God?
He is Jesus Christ. Also, before you ask me a question, I need you to ask me. I need you to ask. I need to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You
Can
gonna
I
ask
go?
us something? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Can you prove to me that you exist?
To you? It depends on how skeptical you are, I guess.
Yeah, it turns out to be an easier or harder thing to do depending on your axioms. So, do you believe that we're brains in a vat?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Then your God doesn't exist either. Cool.
Yeah.
And nor does this conversation.
No.
Yep. Thanks for conceding so quickly. We appreciate that. All right, let's get.
It's okay.
Bean.
You'll get new brain signals implanted into your brain in the vat soon.
That's the easiest win I've seen all day. Bean, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes. Now, I'm going to use a gamer terminology. Yes.
Which God do you believe in?
No, just Jesus or whoever.
Okay, so you're
Is there
Christian.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so what's your favorite argument or evidence for God being real?
Now I'm a game terminology, right? Game. Play video games.
I don't play games.
We're about to do a simulation. GTA 6 right now.
Yeah, something. Is there a game out there without a developer?
I'm prophesying like crazy today.
Well, I don't even think it's going to be a simulation one. I think it's just like, well, all of these things that are created, therefore the universe was created. So yeah, let's do it. Like all video games have a creator, sure.
Okay, then
Premise 1, all video games have a creator.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusion, God exists. What's premise 2?
I believe that what y'all said that y'all don't believe because there's good and evil exist or something.
Yeah, if God, then no bad thing, therefore no God.
Okay.
So, premise 1 is all video games have a creator. Conclusion is God exists. What's premise number 2?
Well, I guess I'll say things that become overpowered in a game. I don't know how to explain this to y'all, but yeah. Like an overpowered gun or something.
Okay, so far I've
balance
got
the gun out.
premise 1, all video games have a creator. Premise 2, well, I don't know. Conclusion, God exists?
No, you missed, I don't know, overpowered gun.
Indeed.
I think they're weird for taking notes and shit.
Well, we just like to remain linear.
I guess I'll let y'all be, but yeah.
Well, I think like the weird thing is to come in without like a point, right? Like you waited, we want to talk to you.
Fix the overpowered thing, but the community decides the community still finds something wrong with it. Does that make the developer good or bad about it?
I'm sorry, does this have something to do with God?
The developer's the God?
Yeah, what's the overpowered gun?
A plague. A nuke, a fucking literal gun. I don't know.
So, okay, so we have an analogy. How does this mean that God is real?
I just said, is there a game out there without a developer? Did you search that up?
No, there's not. There are no games without developers. How does this mean God is real?
It's okay. We can grant it. We can grant that there's no games there without, or that there's no games in existence without a developer.
Is there a question being answered?
Yeah. How does that involve a God? Where's the God involved? How does it mean God's real?
because the fact that they had to make a game, aka
Are we in a game? I'm sorry. Are we in a game, Bean?
Yes.
Is this a game to you?
What is it?
Bean is
What are you
playing
doing
games.
right now with people?
You're right. We're toying with him. It's a game. God is real. You got us, Bean.
Could you imagine how much money we would make if we started preaching Jesus Christ? We would be the wealthiest evangelists that have ever. 3 hardened atheists debating the existence of God come to the conclusion that Jesus was the Messiah. They'd lose their minds for that stuff.
Yeah, we can. Justin, you can start running the bad the bad Bible apologetics. You know,
I'll just lie to
can
people
run
about the
the
fine-tuning
bad
argument.
science, and then I can run the bad philosophy.
I'll say this: Jesus.
Oh, he's still
aka
here.
The main character, the main character that God decided to play as.
Wait, I thought God was the developer, not the player.
The only thing that we'd be missing
who
from our
says a
Christian
who says a
entourage is a dude
developer
that doesn't
can't
know
play his
fuck
own
about
game?
shit.
Bean, do you want to join our entourage?
We need a couple of hype people, though.
I think I'm being too mean. I think that we need to move on to another guest because I'm being too mean. I'm supposed to be the nice one.
Yeah, Bean.
There's the bad boy. There's Ian, the bad boy. There's Justin, the daddy, and then there's Blitz, the nice one. And I'm just being too mean.
I'm that version of dad that walks in the room and snaps the belt. That's the version.
Well, I'm thinking of like our K-pop like, affiliation, in every
Yeah.
K-pop group.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of Dr. Blitz stands out there.
I feel like Armin was in the queue next. Let me grab our 2 super chats and we'll get Armin in here. Miko says, hee, I was waiting for someone to say that. And Miko, I don't know what that is referring to, but thank you for letting us know. And I'm glad that we were able to make your dream come true, my friend. And Adele, great to see you as well. Rockhard was up in here somewhere just a little bit ago. Says all video games have a creator, therefore Doug is real. Of course, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. In fact, you guys know that Doug is real. He's on the shelf behind me along with the co-redemptic Sharon Stone. All right, Armin is coming in next. Maybe we'll get an argument this time. Armin, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, do you enjoy hiding behind AI?
We don't.
Do you think there's
What?
AI somewhere over here? Are you confused?
Armin, you have to unmute your microphone.
I recognize this goofball. He
I
used to
don't.
go on,
I want to hear what he has to say.
I recognize his voice. Armin doesn't have an argument, and he certainly doesn't engage in actual discussion. He comes on atheist live streams and just wastes time.
Oh, so he's just like muted just to waste our time right now?
Armin, do you want to unmute?
Yep,
Oh,
it's
there he is.
Armin.
He wants to turn his picture on.
All right, Armin, I knew it was you. You're a waste. Get out of here.
Yeah,
We're
this
not
is
gonna-
think about how weak your position needs to be, where your strongest maneuver is to turn into like the fucking like Kirby invulnerable rock on every single fucking live and make 0 arguments, accuse the opponents who have read a book of doing what you do, which is conferring with AI, and then you like humiliate yourself, humiliate your religion, and then move on.
Indeed. All right, we got Bartholomew with us. Bartholomew, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Cool. And is it a specific God or generic God?
It's just gonna be like a generic god.
Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
Before we get started, 2 things. Stofy, you've been saying for an hour in the TikTok chat to bring you up. Nobody brings you up. If you don't know how the guest request button works, you shouldn't be on TikTok. You
So
gotta
Sophie
figure that
is in
out.
the guest request box, by the way.
Oh, what?
Just
She
saying.
finally got there. Okay.
Yeah.
She wasn't in there for the longest time. Bartholomew, to be sure then you're not an atheist or I'm sorry, you're not a Christian and you're not a Muslim?
Yes, I'm not. I could blasphemy if you want me to.
Oh, I'd love it. Yes, we love blasphemy. Can you say that Muhammad was a pedophile and Jesus was a false prophet?
Yeah, Muhammad was a pedophile who touched Aisha, and Jesus was a false prophet.
Love it. All right, let's get
Nice.
let's get your argument.
Yeah, so premise 1 would be if it's possible that a maximally great being exists, he must exist in a possible world. According to the S5 axiom, If something's going to be necessary in one possible world, it has to be necessary in all possible worlds. God in classical theism is going to be defined as necessary. Therefore, God exists in all possible worlds.
What's the argument for premise 1?
Yeah, because God doesn't contain any, I guess, logical errors, or he doesn't really contradict any of the laws of logic.
Yeah, but like,
So are
what's the
you
argument for that?
Yeah, I mean, no, you would have to like tell me what's the argument for that. I just have to be on a negation for
So
that, right?
let's make
Oh,
sure.
sure. Well, then the counter argument is just going to be premise 1, it's possible for a maximally great being to not exist. Premise 2, God by definition exists necessarily. Then via the X5 axiom, God doesn't exist. And my justification for premise 1 is that there's no logical contradiction in God not existing. And then, of course, like, it would just be up to you to demonstrate the falsity of that.
Yes, like wouldn't that kind of be like shifting the burden of proof? But like even if I do,
No, it's a parody
It
argument.
sure would be shifting the burden of proof. Yeah, good job.
perfect. So yes, like what's gonna be the argument for why God could have
We
possibilities?
just got our
to be
TikTok
against-
live discontinued. It says live discontinued in
No,
some
it's still going.
regions. Your live is not appropriate for viewers in all regions and has been
It's
discontinued
fine.
in some regions. Hate speech,
Ignore it.
apparently. Okay. So premise 1, if it's possible that the God-eating penguin exists, this argument applies to the God-eating penguin as well, right? Everything you just said?
The necessary God-eating
no.
penguin.
Because
Oh,
that
it
doesn't
says
align with his own.
Live. I got 4 different warnings. Now it says live visibility restricted. Yeah, we know that. Okay.
Can you appeal them?
We'll see.
Yeah. So look, what just happened, Bart? What just happened is that you gave an argument. I asked for the justification of premise 1, and then you said, well, you would have to give a logical contradiction. And then Ian gave the exact same argument, but parodied, meaning it's inverted. And then you asked for the justification of premise 1. And when Ian did the same thing that you did and say, you just have to give the logical contradiction, you said, but isn't that burden shifting? And so the point that Ian was making is that you can either accept that burden shifting is not allowed, in which case your argument, you failed to justify premise 1, or burden shifting is allowed, in which case you now have to contend with Ian's argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, perfect. I mean, I could do that.
Okay, go ahead. What's the logical contradiction in it being possible that God does not exist, or that a maximally great being does not exist? Rather.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so I'll just say like in possible world semantics, right? I'll just be like some type of axiomatic metaphysical like necessity under S5 axiom, right? And this construct zone, dude, it's just gonna be like metaphysically impossible. Under like my floor in my rib cage.
Wait, no. What's the contradiction in premise 1? What's the problem with
so
Ian's
I'm
premise
giving
1?
you the justification. Like, just please tell me like you can't understand rhetoric because you're obviously ignorant. So yeah, I'm giving the justification. So
Bro has failed the rhetoric game, and he brought out rhetoric.
Crying
Okay.
and the crashing out. Really
Bro, he
fast.
got
seriously,
slammed so
just-
hard that all he can do is like
like,
spit up like
impossibility.
meaningless strings of philosophy words.
So what is
In
the
all, in all
what is the
metaphysically
contradiction?
possible, logically
That's what it
possible
is.
worlds, there's this necessary being that must exist via the modal semantics of Bofa set theory and.
Wait,
So
can you
look,
define
what is
set
the
theory for me?
contradiction in
Because,
Ian's
I'm
premise
speaking
1?
gibberish.
Yeah, what's gonna be the
Yeah, I already
problem?
told you, like you kind of cut me off and did not let me speak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
because you're a joke.
What's the P and
that's
not P?
why.
Wait, how am I a joke just because you can't under basic semantics? It's kind of weird.
What's the P and not P?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, P if not P is just gonna be a contradiction because P is P. Then you're saying P is not P.
No. What
Which means
is
that
the P
Yeah,
and
in
not
this
P of the
instance.
premise?
Yeah. we're just
Oh,
looking-
Ian's argument, yeah, because I really don't see like how God's just gonna be like metaphysically possible in like a possible world, right?
Oh, I don't see it. That's the argument. That's the contradiction. Is I don't see
I
it.
don't see how that falls. Like I don't.
Do you
we
think
can
I don't
empirically
see it
prove
as a
your argument.
contradiction?
Yeah, I don't really see how we like empirically prove. your
So I
argument.
take a contradiction to be two like a conjunction of two propositions, one being the negation of the other. I don't see it as one proposition, so by definition, it couldn't possibly be a contradiction.
Yeah, I disagree. I think a contradiction is to say it is raining outside, then it's still raining outside. A contradiction would not be it rains outside, it's not raining outside. I think that's going to be like metaphysically possible under Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean? Oh my god. Do you mean
Euclidean?
Euclidean?
You
No,
killing
Euclidean.
Dr.
There's two
Blitz's
different
fucking
versions.
brain cells. Holy shit.
Euclidean
No, there's two
geometry.
different versions.
Oh, how do you spell Euclidean? I'd love to learn about it. I love geometry.
Yeah,
How do you spell it?
EUCRIIIAN.
EUCR. One more time.
There then 3 eyes.
Yeah,
Blitz.
ICION. Ukrainian.
I-C-I-O... EUCRICION.
Methinks this guy got
Yeah.
slammed on the modal ontological argument. Now
that
all he
is
can do
a
is troll.
misspelled
I didn't get a
skincare
slam,
product.
to be honest. I was low-key like finna run the transcendental argument because I'm kind of based on that. I'm kind of new.
You
to
were
it
trying to
anyway,
run the
right?
modal ontological argument, not the
Yeah.
transcendental argument, Bart.
I mean, we could run the transcendental if you want to. It doesn't matter.
Wait, so can we just concede the modal
Okay.
ontological argument before we pivot away?
And the Euclidean geometry.
No, I said like So premise 1, logic exists as a necessary preconditional for rational thought and intelligible
Is
experience.
pivoting morally
Premise
permissible in your
2,
worldview? And if so, if it's not morally permissible, why are you doing it?
Yeah, so like, can you answer the tag, please, without like actually like I guess.
This
So
guy's
we're
running the
pivoting, to be
fuck
clear.
away.
We're pivoting, and pivoting's okay
No, you're
if
running
you want
away
to
from the tag,
admit
which
that
is
you're
kinda like
pivoting.
What you're running
disobedience,
away to? You're running to the tag after you lost the modal ontological argument.
Yeah, I would concede on MOA now. Can you like
Okay,
debate
sure, that's
tag?
fine.
great.
All right, that's fine. That's all
Okay,
we want.
go ahead. Give the premises, please.
Yeah, premise 1, rational intelligible experience are necessary preconditions for logic and reasoning. And I'll just like concede.
You got that backwards, by the way. It's logic is a necessary precondition for the rational intelligible
He left.
experience. Oh.
I think he was. A
Oh, he
troll.
left.
That guy can't be real.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if he was real.
He was trying to do his best like Discord rhetoric, but that was like really embarrassing. I don't know, man.
Also, he spelled Euclidean wrong.
Yeah, pronounced it wrong
Also
too.
pronounced it wrong too.
Oh no. Well, listen, friends, we've only got like 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left, but we do have a couple of super chats. Let's go through our super chats and we'll wrap up. That was a
Called there.
good guest to end on. Where is Waldo? Thank you for the super chat. Says, I've seen that video games are made by intelligence, so the things I've never seen created by an intelligence must be made by an intelligence.
Wait a minute. We told Sophie that we would bring her up.
Oh, we did. Yeah, we will. All right, Sophie.
You guys
we'll
have
get to-
time?
Yep, I definitely have time. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got time today.
Yeah, we can run a little over.
It's kind of a weird occasion in which that is the case. And Dan says K-pop theist hunters. Yeah, you know I don't know that reference at all.
Oh, like K-pop Demon Hunters. It's the hit new thing among Gen Z and Gen Alpha.
Shut up, Ian. It was a great movie.
Oh, no, never seen it at all.
It's so good.
I also haven't seen it.
You should see it.
Luke, thank you for the super chat. Says video games run on silicon chips. Therefore, Doug is the uncaused foundation of all video games, including reality. Rock hard for Doug and big guns for Pebbles. Agreed, Luke. And adorable puppy, beautiful puppy. And last one from Jay says, I would posit that a better definition for knowledge is demonstrable true belief, as you can justify a belief which is not true. But yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, certainly that seems to be the case for some people. At least they've tried. They
I think the trouble
typically
here is
fail.
true. How do you establish when something is true? That's the
Right.
trouble.
Right. All right, let's grab
You can't just say, "Oh, it's
Sophie.
justified." Like that's that's getting away from the point. Anyway, let's bring up Sophie. Good point.
Sophie, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 30 years old and I believe in God.
Cool. Is it a specific God or a generic God?
I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in his father Jacob.
His father Jacob?
Yes.
Do you mean Joseph?
Whoever you want to say.
Joseph.
Rough start.
That's right. We all missed
I
that,
have my
Sophie.
belief systems, but so okay, essentially what I want to ask you guys, I'm sure that other people have already come up here and asked you this before, so it won't be something new that you've heard, but can you guys prove that God isn't real?
Ian?
Prove to me that God isn't real to change my mind.
Yeah, the Trinity is logically absurd. Do you think that contradictions can exist?
I'm not going to argue about the Trinity because I don't believe it in the same sense that every other Christian does because I'm not Christian. So I'm not
Okay.
going to argue about the Trinity.
I thought you said you believe
But
in
I want you guys to
the Bible
disprove
God.
for me. I want you guys to explain for me, like I'm 5, why you don't believe in God.
Well, first
Yeah.
because there's
Ian, you
no
wanna run it?
evidence.
Yeah, I can run it. That's totally
Okay,
fine.
there's no evidence. What evidence would you like to see for you to believe in God? Ask and it shall be done.
It wouldn't be done or else there wouldn't be atheists.
Well, you can give like
Okay, so
archaeological,
what
historical, philosophical,
Oh.
scientific, like any of it would be totally fine. That's up to you.
That is not up to me because I'm not God.
Hey God, we just want to see some philosophical, historical, archaeological, scientific evidence. Get back to us when you can. Thanks, God.
Evidence in what sense? What kind of evidence would you like to see? Because there's evidence of people who believed in gods. There's evidence for you, but what exactly would constitute as enough evidence for you to believe in a god? Because God will not give you anything unless he sees in your heart that he will actually change your mind. So he will not just
Well,
do
a good
miracles
start
for
is
no reason.
if God actually wasn't contradictory. So, like, if God actually answered prayers, if he
So do
didn't
you
make
think that
people
God is
suffer,
contradictory,
if
or
he
do you
created
think
a
that
world
people
that
are
was actually
contradictory?
good, if he wrote a book that wasn't
So-
full of problems. So if there's a God that like
He wrote it?
uttered
So he
sayings
wrote it,
through
so you agree
prophets,
that he's real.
I
If
didn't
he
say
existed,
that.
he would write
wrote
a.
the book, but you don't
No,
believe
the
in God.
opposite.
Said if
If
he
we
wrote
did
a
just
believe
said
in
he wrote a
God, we
book.
would
it
be
would all be
committed to that
true.
You just said
position.
that.
It's an internal
You just said
critique
he
of
wrote the
your
book.
view.
So how can he write the book if
Sophie,
he's not real?
I didn't
We've
say that.
explained
This
this to
isn't.
you, but it sounds like you're very
Then people wrote
excited
the
to
book, so
talk, which
therefore
is
the
why you're
book
not actually
is not
engaging
from
with the
God.
rebuttal. What was just expressed is that it's an internal critique. We're saying if we believed it, then we would be committed to the position that a good,
Okay, but
loving
the-
God wrote
but when
this
did he write
horrific
the book?
book,
When
but
did he
that's
sit
an
down and write the
absurdity.
book?
He didn't write the book.
That's the
You're not
point.
Did he sit
listening.
down and personally write the book, or did he
He
give
didn't
people?
write the book.
Okay, so the book did not come from him.
Correct.
Yeah, that's why we're
Okay,
not
so God
believers
can
in
still
any
be
of the holy
real,
books.
and the book can still be from people's perspective about God, and not necessarily from God Himself.
Why would we believe that?
I'm not telling you guys to believe in anything. I don't care what you guys believe in.
Well, you certainly do, because you're on a live stream right now with 3 atheists.
I
And
care
it
what other
seems
people
like
believe in, and I
it seems
care
like you
about-
are like a little bit upset that we exist. And it sounds like you don't actually have a good
No.
reason to believe in the God that you believe
Why
in,
would I
because
be
you
Ian, I think that you
don't
should
have
run
a
it.
rational
I was an
defense
atheist
for your God
before, and
actually
nobody could tell
existing,
me
which is why
nothing.
what you're doing is you're trying to pivot and burden shift. So, for
Justin,
example,
one sec.
Yes,
Mhm.
I am putting the
Ian?
burden on you. Good job.
Yep, that's fine. I'm totally fine to run this.
Good job.
Would you agree
wow.
that?
You figured me all out.
Let's just calm down.
Sophie.
Yeah, would you agree that causes are simultaneous to or before their effects?
Can you say that again? Because I couldn't
Yeah.
hear you. Your
Would
voice
you
was
agree
very
that
low.
causes are before or simultaneous to their effects?
I think it depends on what you believe in. If you believe that time is linear, then yes, you believe that there will be a cause and there will be an effect.
Well,
But if you believe that
he
God
asked
is
you
all
what
powerful,
you believe
then
in,
you will,
Sophie.
Yeah, what do you believe?
And
Do you think
and I'm telling you that I believe in this world, as we know it, there is a cause and there is an effect.
that answers the question?
I think it's enough.
Do you know
I
what the question
don't.
was?
So I'll
guys
ask
to
the question
understand.
again. Do you agree that a cause is either before or simultaneous to its effect?
Do I think a cause is before or simultaneous to its effect?
Yeah.
I think. Okay, so can you use an analogy?
Yeah,
that I
let's
can
say
really
you and I
your
were
question?
playing Fortnite, and then
I don't play
you
Fortnite, so I don't want that analogy.
okay.
It's an
fuck,
analogy.
what do you
Sophie.
Can you use an analogy like based on something that is empirically proven? So
No, that's not
say
how
that we're
analogies
5 years
work.
old and we're
Analogies
playing in the
don't have to
sandbox.
be based on true
We don't have to pretend, Sophie.
let's say that you and I are playing a game of pool, and I
that's
shoot
better.
the pool ball forward, and then it clacks into the other pool ball.
Mm-hmm.
But the cause here is the one pool ball hitting the other, and then the effect is that they both go flying. So we would say that the cause of this pool ball hitting the other was simultaneous to the transference of
It's observable.
Blitz, it would be momentum in this case, like the transference of momentum into it, and then like the diverging paths of both of them. So in this instance, the cause was simultaneous to the effect of both of them going flying.
Okay.
So every time there's a cause and an effect, we might even say like the cause was like the shooting the pool ball into the other. So in that instance, we would say that the cause is before the effect. But in terms of like the transference of momentum, well, that happened like simultaneous, like while they were touching each other. So in this instance,
so
the
what's
cause
the point
was
of this
one
analogy?
of the causes
Can you
was
really drive your
before,
point
and another
home?
one was simultaneous too. So a
Okay.
cause is either before or simultaneous to its effect.
Okay, so what does that have to do with me believing in God?
Because
We'll
God's
get
not
there.
before or simultaneous to anything, which means that he's not the cause of anything.
Okay, so you just agreed that he gives you free will.
No, I
What?
don't.
No, not even remotely what he said.
Oh boy.
How would that follow from a single thing that I've said?
You're saying that God is not all powerful.
I'm saying that he can't cause anything.
Not only is he not all powerful, he's not at all powerful.
Yeah.
He has no power.
Zero causation.
Okay.
So if it's true that a cause is either before or during its effect,
So you're telling me
and
that
it's
if I
true
play a
that God
game
is
of pool
not
with you
before or during
live,
anything because he's
if
outside
I
of
play
time,
a game
then
of
it would
pool
just
with you on
follow
live,
from that
and I
that God
can
is not the
defy
cause
your
of
laws of
anything because he's
physics,
not
then you
before
will believe
or
in God.
simultaneous to anything, which means that God couldn't have
So
possibly caused the universe.
can I ask
So
you a
between those
question?
two premises, which would you
Can I
reject?
ask you a question?
Sure, I
If
suppose.
I will play a game of pool with you on live and we stream it for everyone to see after November 4th when I get my other account unrestricted, unblocked, then
Yeah.
will you concur that God is real if I can prove to you and I can defy all laws of physics?
What the fuck?
Look, if you're gonna
Wait.
break laws of physics on live, yeah, that'd be pretty compelling.
Wait, Sophie, do you
Okay,
think
we'll
that
try
you're
it.
God?
We'll try it.
Sophie, are you God?
No.
But you can break the laws of physics.
No, I'm not saying I can. I'm saying God can.
Oh, so God's
And God
gonna
might
break
want to prove you guys
the
wrong.
laws of physics.
I'm not saying we will or we won't. I'm just saying
So then,
if.
what's with the challenge on
That
November
would be
4th
fun,
then?
right? That would be a fun live stream. It'd be like, oh my gosh, this crazy girl who
Are
believes
you
in
asking
God
me on a date?
against
What the fuck is
science.
this?
That's what I'm hearing. I'm a little jealous now.
What's going
Jealous
on?
of what?
Well, I wanted to go on a date with you, and you're trying to get in line.
I'm taken. Sorry.
So
Not
we'll
sorry.
for sure do that. We'll set that up. I'll fly to you guys.
I don't know how my girlfriend would feel about that. I'm sorry, Sophie. You seem like a nice
No,
enough
I'm not gonna
person.
date you. That's not a date.
I'm
It's literally
confused
for
as to
pure
what this
research.
is.
It's for pure research.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
not
it
interested
is.
in any
It's
of you like
research.
that.
This is it's certainly a
It's
lot.
research on
Listen,
God.
Sophie, I'm flattered.
Don't be flattered because I'm not interested in you.
Okay.
Uh-huh. That's why you asked him out.
No.
I can't wait to write a Nobel Prize winning paper about this. This is going to be remarkable.
Yes,
Yeah.
please do.
I'm going to be so famous.
Bro,
I'll
Dr.
be
Blitz,
so
you're gonna be
happy if
so
you write a
employed.
book
It's gonna
about
be
me.
incredible.
I
Remember,
know.
my
They're
name
going to
is
be like,
Anna.
why is this
It's not
unemployed
Sophie, it's
physicist
Anna.
not employed at my university? Here, have tenure.
It'll be very interesting when we do that, and your girlfriend can be there, so she sees that I'll keep my hands to myself.
Of course. But
Because
I
I'm
just
pretty
don't
bad
know.
at that. Because I'm pretty touchy sometimes. But I
Yeah,
won't do
we
that to
believe
you
that.
because I'm not at all interested in you.
Uh-huh.
I'm getting mixed
Yeah.
signals, Sophie.
Very mixed.
Oh. It's okay. Anyway, I gotta go because my mom is like talking in the background. So she's like chit chatting. But anyway, I
Did y'all
gotta
just hear an uwu?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Justin did that.
Oh, okay.
go. We'll do that. We'll set that up. I can be in my own home in my own live stream, and you can be with your girlfriend in your own live stream.
Okay.
And we'll see if we can do something.
By the way,
about
the one that I want you to
converting
break,
you
if you
into-
can, I want you to
someone who
violate
believes.
conservation
Anyway,
of
bye.
momentum.
It'll be a great observational moment because I feel like a lot of philosophers they observed a lot of things
Yeah.
that
I
we
just want you to
don't
violate
observe
conservation
nowadays
of momentum.
because we're so
That'd be
busy
good.
and preoccupied. But
So
in the
many-
future we might be able to.
so many
Anyway,
useless
thank you so
words.
much. I appreciate you guys.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, Sophie.
Bye.
Well,
yeah, well,
I,
that
for
was.
one, am glad we waited for her.
I'm so glad. It's delightful.
I mean, we would have missed out on that gem. I mean, Ian would have missed out on a date. I mean,
Yeah.
Sophie would be lonely. What I'm
Yeah.
gonna say.
Exactly.
Well,
Wait,
let me grab our last 2 super chats, friend.
I might be uploading
Yeah.
a video. One sec. I need to run a thumbnail by my PR department really quick.
Ian, you can't steal from the Unapologetic.
You can.
I'm just gonna direct people towards my video.
No, I mean for the video, you can't post a video using unapologetic content for
It
your
doesn't.
own personal
it's not.
channel.
That's not what it
Okay.
does. It's an Ian classic where a person gets like beaten the fuck down on every single shitty talking point he has, and then his last resort is, what if like what are you gonna do after I look up your
Dr.
home
Blitz?
address?
Dr. Blitz's live content is not appropriate for viewers in all regions. Reason: hate speech and hateful behaviors.
That's
Your
what I've been
multi-guest
saying.
live has been
Finally,
discontinued.
justice. Finally, at long last.
I'm not fucking removing them, TikTok. I don't care. I'm
Canceled.
not doing it.
Yeah.
Somebody
TikTok is
reported me.
onto something.
That's crazy.
Molly, if you're watching this, please check the thumbnail on Discord.
Oh my goodness. The least offensive person on this live stream got it flagged. Unbelievable.
I was too mean. I knew it. I knew it would happen.
All right, let's go. Kieran Dave says Knuckles the Echidnian geometry. That's a pretty darn close, actually. I'm curious when he couldn't say Euclidean. I was curious if he was really that dumb or if he was trolling. I feel like he was trolling. I feel like he should know that word. I could be wrong though. I don't know. I'm just a guy on the internet. Bitplane, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, why do they say explain it to me like I'm 5 when that would be way over the comprehension level? Yeah, actually, I don't disagree with you there. I think that is probably over their comprehension level. And Miko says, I see a slow but palpable breakdown by caller. That was it. Like the questions, like, when she asked those questions in her head prior to coming up, they went very much different than when she asked them out loud in the stream, and you can tell she didn't like that. But friends, I think that's all we have for today. Ian Blitz, are you going live today?
I'm uploading a video right this second, unless I check my... Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm uploading a video right this second on my channel, Allegedly Ian on YouTube. Go check it out.
Absolutely check it out. And thank you for
I
our
want to see what this
new
thumbnail
members
is. I'm
today.
excited.
Yeah.
It's like a pretty normal one.
Oh.
And remember, friends, when you watch our video content on our individual channels, you help us with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, and comment really helps a lot with the algorithm. We really appreciate that. And with that, I'm going to be live again later tonight, I think, with Forrest on After Dark on the line. But other than that, I don't know if anyone else is going to be live during the daytime if Ian and Blitz aren't going to be live. So maybe catch a little bit of football, take a breather, and we'll see you again later tonight. And then we'll see you again on this channel a week from now. Thank you for being here, friends. We love you.
Yep. Okay, video's live.
Bye-bye.
Go check it out. It's titled Christian Threatens to Kill Me.